Big up, big up, big up, and welcome to Liberal 12th Man Show. I'm Liberal 12th Man. I am going to be doing a rating show, a preview show, a review show, everything just all in one. It's like the Reese's of it's the Reese's of content. for sure, football content, if you want to call it that. But all the same. We're going to be doing some ratings. Like I said, we're also going to do some news as well, some updates, some interesting connections and to certain players out there that might not have been on your radar, but are certainly starting to gravitate a little bit more in the circles of the journos out there. And also, we're going to be giving you a certain like I said, preview of this League Cup match that we have coming up. It's an important game for those of us that want to win all the cups, all the competitions that we're in. It's going to be a very, very important game because this is the first cup competition that we are going to be able to solidify and also get closer towards that final game and continue to defend our current League Cup title. So I am glad to see everyone is out there with us. We're going to be joined with some participants shortly. Oh, looks like we got one already, which is good. Let me bring in Scousley. How are you?
Excellent. Good evening, young man, and good evening, everybody else.
Very, very, very cool. Very cool to see you today. Big up to Trap Joe. I will be starting with the news first before going into any of the ratings and then going into the preview. I certainly will be going into a little bit of that. The news is certainly some news that is I would say good news in that, there are those of us that believe we need reinforcements. There are those of us that don't believe we need reinforcements in the January window. So I actually don't think that we are in need of a dire need of a January window replacement or additions. It'd be just good to just get some of these players healthy, period, but we are also, we do have those out there that do think elsewise, and everyone's welcome to their opinions. So that's why we're here to talk and discuss. Big up, Edward, by the way. I see you in the chat as well, and Bonkers. Yes, we are going to get into that as well. Chiesa is still out, not out again, but still out. So, okay. So we're going to get into that shortly. And we should be able to, big up Hyler as well. We should be able to also get into this news as well. There's some news that I've seen and was interesting. The big news certainly on a lot of people's, conversations have been all about the removal of a certain coach from the Red Devils. It is a certain sad day for some of us that certainly enjoyed him at the helm. As you can say, Eric Sevenhog at the wheel. So that was always good to see. But those days have come to an end, abruptly come to an end. West Ham, who was struggling this year, certainly helped facilitate that move a little bit more so. I think that the hearing what he had to say after the game and hearing how he thought he was they were on the right page. He thought that was actually one of the best games that they've actually played. Was just maybe the final straw in the cap for them to just finally, or in the camel's back, as they say, to make that move. I certainly was not hoping that would be the case because, he's had looks. Let's give it to him. He's had some decent performances against us in the sense of getting results. Obviously, the FA Cup performance and also the performance that he had at Anfield, where he got the draw, and they just basically played a amplified version of the low block. But that's 7-0, and a lot of those losses in Europe. I mean, they have not won. Manchester United have not won a game, a Europa game. They have not won a Europa match in 1 year. That is an incredible stat.
It is, isn't it?
That is an incredible stat. And I mean, in Europe, they have not won. So I mean, like whether it was Champions League, whether it was, whether it was obviously Europa now for where they're at, they have not won one game.
That's not helped them, has it? That because they like to do well in Europe. They don't want to be like, sort of like a laughing stock in Europe, like, you know what I mean? So not winning for a year is a long time. We've done that though. But usually when we don't win for a year in Europe, it's because we're not in it. You know what I mean? Because we didn't qualify. That's the only times it's happened with us, I think.
Yeah. And then also, Ruben Amorim has reportedly given a verbal agreement to take on the role of Manchester United manager. That's according to David Ornstein. And David Ornstein speaks. Normally, you do take a notice as to it being a credible source. So Manchester United and Sporting are currently negotiating compensation, with Amorim's release clause set at 10 million euros, as initially reported by David Ornstein, like I said earlier. The fact that Manchester United are going to have to pay, because they're going to have to pay Eric Ten Hag's salary, because they re-signed him to an extension, and they're going to have to pay for this coach to leave his current team. And then they're going to have to pay him a considerable amount of money, because Amorim knows that United are desperate. So the salary he's going to ask for, which was pretty enormous, apparently, for what he asked from us, is going to not be anything short of that number, I'm sure. And then you add on top of all of that the sheer fact that if you just think back, he will be replacing a coach that when they last met, or when they did meet, and Eric Ten Hag was in Holland and he was obviously in Portugal.
Yeah.
Eric Ten Hag's team won 5-1 in that game.
So his Ajax beat Emirates side 5-1, did they?
Yep.
Okay. I'll be interested to see Amorim, because we were linked with him, and I like the sounds of him. I'll be honest. When we were linked with him, when the Xabi Alonso thing went tits up, and we didn't know who we were getting, his name was thrown in straight after Alonso, and I thought, I looked at his record and found out what I could about him, and he does sound like a decent coach, but that doesn't mean it's going to work for Man United, does it? Ten Hag was seen as a decent coach before he got the job, a real up-and-coming coach before he got the job. So we'll have to wait and see. But I will be interested from the point of view that we nearly went there, or it was said we did. There's people disputing that today, I noticed, in streams, on Liverpool streams, people saying it never really looked likely, it wasn't that big a thing, you know what I mean? That we had Slot in mind all the time, apparently, but I don't know how much I believe that.
Right. Yeah. It's a good question. I don't know. I know that some of the things that he did really put you in question as to is he going to be more of a headache than it's worth? And that's obviously what we decided when it came to a lot of the decisions where he, took the charter flight to go see West Ham, I believe it was, right?
Yeah.
And West Ham has spent a lot of money, by the way, a lot.
Apparently, someone, the same person in the stream I was on before, just in the chat box, someone was saying it was because they didn't want to change to his 3 at the back system. It'd be too costly, and they thought Slot could come in and just use the players that were there straight away, rather than have to rejig to a different formation. It said that was the deciding factor. Well, this person said that was the deciding factor, that we wouldn't have had to have made all those changes.
Yeah, I mean, what Bonkers is saying too right here is spot on. I'm going to bring up Hyler's quote.
Under Klopp, we never played 3 at the back, did we? We just didn't do it, mate. We were always a back 4.
Yeah. I mean, well, yes, technically, yes.
I've
But
seen it a
we
couple of
have
times.
played,
Like, yeah,
we
a
did
couple of
play with a
times.
back,
Yeah.
we did play with a back three
Yeah, when he
this year.
first come in, he had to do it three, like with Lucas in the middle of it. I remember
Yeah,
that because he didn't have much to work with. And then
yeah.
as soon as he got like a couple of centre halves of his own, like Lovren and Matip, he changed it to a back four.
Well, and I was going to say also, Slot even played a back three technically at one point this year too, because I think it was, I want to say it was against Forest. We were chasing a result, and obviously chasing a result, and we ended up bringing it. We like brought Trent went into the. He brought in, I think I want to say he brought in Connor Bradley, and then I think Trent went to the midfield, and then like it was like a unique assortment of players. I'm sure someone in the chat could probably fill me in on the the finer points of that. But Bonker says United signed him to a new contract to let him go after 9 games is ridiculous. I know it's going to be different because just as Lee was just saying, you know, you're going to have a situation where you have a coach that's getting into a club or a part of a club that has already made numerous moves. This was a team that was quote unquote the winner of the transfer window in their minds. Okay, they were the ones talking about how they won the transfer window as if that's a prize or a trophy or something. And they were a team that has had a lot of players been shuffled around, been pushed into a hiatus. I mean, like, look, you have a 90 million pound player in Anthony that is not a certainty to start. You know, you have, you're still trying to work in Hoyland. You're still like, there's, you're relying on a Casemiro making 300,000 or so more.
I bet you he's already earmarked a few to get rid of in his mind that he knows.
I'm sure he
like,
probably
and I'm
has.
sure he'll want to go back to Lisbon as well for a few buys. He'll go back to Sporting Lisbon, I bet you, in January and try and buy a few players in January from the team he's just left. More than likely he'll do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. So when Manchester United gave 200 million in the summer and gave a new contract, what were they thinking? I don't think they were really they were thinking that they were going to double down and that they believed that this coach, if given more, if they could plug some of the holes in their sinking ship, that they could possibly get some type of result from this. They obviously spent a lot of money on Euro. He's unfortunately for them has come up with an injury. They spent a lot of money on numerous players in their lineup, like a De Ligt, for instance. You know, and the Moroccan that plays on their
Mazraoui.
Yeah, he's been a good addition for them.
Yeah.
But all the same, it just doesn't. It's a matter of I don't know. It's like a buckshot approach towards trying to figure out things done.
Yeah. Scattergun approach.
Yeah, right. There is something that we did, or I did hear too. Moving away, let's move far away from that dumpster fire, which is the Red Devils, and speak on something I did hear. Apparently, Liverpool are eyeing up a possible successor to Virgil van Dijk's reign, eventual ending of his reign here. Who knows when that will be? I hope that it's not this year, much less next year or the year after that. But apparently, we are looking at Forest's Murillo, if you want to call it that. But I think it might be said, because usually when it's double L, you pronounce it like a Y, Murillo. But all the same, he is a standout player for Forest right now. They are saying that he could be a potential replacement for Virgil van Dijk, eventual replacement for Virgil van Dijk. As per Team Talk sources, they say Liverpool's priority next summer will be to sign a center back good enough to slot straight into their starting 11. Murillo seems to fit the bill, yet he isn't the only option. Obviously, Inacio and as in Bade are also or Bade or Bade are both viable alternatives that are being pursued or at least circulated as being options for us. Chelsea are in the running apparently for Murillo's services, and if we were to go to Inacio has a release clause of £50.2 million in his contract. Doesn't sound like that's a real viable option.
I'd rather have Murillo. I'd storm in and get him. I'd get him soon as. You know what I mean? Because we need we're one short, like from Matip retiring, and like City. Guardiola had 6 to choose from last season, 6 centre halves. You know what I mean? Including 2 left-footed ones in Guardiola and Ake. You know what I mean? And he's got like a Kanji, Stones, Diaz. He's had so many, and he's just got more choice. And if you get injuries, that's what I'm worried about with us. If we get injuries, like at centre back. I like this player too. I mean to the 2 players who are playing now. I mean to Joe and Giroud as well. They get injured in training, mate. Or if they come in for short appearances. But say they play against Brighton, one of them could get injured, and I'm worried about our depth there. I think maybe a signing in January could help us last the distance in the in the season, in the race, if we can stay in it.
Yeah.
No, I can understand. What I'd like is a centre half with experience. When we bought Matip, he was 26. When we bought Virgil, he was 27. I don't really want to buy a 19, 20, 21, 22-year-old. I want to buy an experienced centre half who's got loads of seasons experience behind him, preferably some international experience as well. That's what I'd like to see in January, just to try and help Slot cement his good start.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, we could all talk. I'll give you credit. There you go. Let's give Hyler a big shout for guessing Rodri for the Ballon d'Or. I definitely will say that not many people necessarily had Rodri outdoing. I know that Rio Ferdinand was not one of them. There's a clip of him saying Ballon d'Or, Ballon d'Or, Ballon d'Or. He said it like 10 times in this clip of saying how he thinks, how he thought that that he had solidified that Ballon d'Or for himself, but it was not the case for Junior. It wasn't the case for Vinicius Junior. But still, big up, Hylor. Big up.
I'm just looking at what Hylor's put there about how much United have spent in the last 5 years, saying, where has that money gone? Look at that team and explain to me, if you can,
where
that money went. And it does. He's right there, Hylor. I mean, it looks a mess, doesn't it? There doesn't look to be much of a team to me. Like, that's why he's got the elbow in it.
No, you're right. And this is something too, like,
it's his own buys. His own buys haven't worked, and that's the long and short of it. Like, really, his buys haven't worked. He's picked the wrong.
No, they haven't. Look, this is like interesting too. This was like money spent since Ten Hag took charge. You can see Liverpool is definitely down in what's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th place in the league in spent. But I mean, like, we're talking about a mere like £1 million difference between Newcastle and Liverpool. But also, if you do look at it, Manchester City have only spent about 56 million more than us, around 55, 56 million more pounds than we have in the same.
City pay as well, haven't you? Like Haaland's wages and all that way. It's mental, isn't it? What they pay wages and how many players get a huge salary.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. You're totally right.
But for transfer money, because they have gone a bit quiet. He's had everything he's needed, really, Pep, for a while. He's had a good squad that he hasn't. He's only needed 1 or 2 here and there, hasn't he, in recent seasons?
Yeah, I mean, like, he's gotten money. Like, as in, there's those that say that Jurgen didn't really get the support that he wanted or needed from the administration. That's an argument worthy of another day. But Ten Hag has. He's got other than Chelsea, he's gotten 616.8 million pounds spent on transfers for him to get and figure out a way to start Manchester United on their winning ways. And what's scary and sad about it from a Red Devil perspective, I would assume, is the sheer fact, and I mean this, the sheer fact that Ruben Amorim is going to have to come into this team and say, I want to spend more. Because he's going to want players that fit his system. And I don't think the players that currently are at the club are the players that fit his system. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do with the changes. And also, let's be honest, some of these players did go to this club, particularly because of this manager. So therefore, maybe they'll be looking for an early exit from this club. Now
the Casemiro and Varane deals were expensive for them, weren't they?
Yeah.
And it's what level would he getting them at? Like, I mean, I like Rafa Varane, but I never thought he was like, one of the outstanding centre halves of the last 10 years. He was a good centre half, no more than that, really. I would say Rafa Varane, a good one when he was in Madrid, but not a great one. Well, that just didn't work for them, did it?
Agreed. And that's the thing about this team too. And moving on, again, getting back to at least our concerns, because we can care less about the fact of them being in the spin that they're in the tailspin that they're in. There is talks about at least whispers that Liverpool are going to try and pursue Real Madrid's young star Arda Güler. I think that would be a fantastic signing. I think Arda Güler certainly needs to look at his future. I understand the amount of the amount of allure and glamour that is associated with being in Madrid, much less being in Real Madrid, which is one of the biggest clubs in the world, obviously, and you being a part of a team that has superstars galore, all the Galacticos and the likes, but you're 19 years old and you certainly have a little bit of a ways to go before you surmount a Jude Bellingham, before you surmount, some of these other players that are sitting in front of you that are blocking your path towards starting. Do you want to sit and wait for your time, or do you want to get some playing time? And that's going to be, I guess, our pitch to Güler, in that you'll get the playing time here. A player as promising and as talented as he is, with the uncertainty of like Chiesa and those likes, exactly what Hyler and Trap Joe are saying, you're going to get the playing time because, while we can wait, certainly, and hopefully abide by hoping that Chiesa makes it back, but it is what it is. If Arda and there's, whether Dom's playing there or whether Arda's playing there, I think we'll all be happy just to have someone that can play there and is going to produce. But big up, JK. We have JK in the house.
Easy now.
Easy now.
Bless Lee. Hope you're well, bro. Hope you're well, 12.
Definitely. Hope the same for you and your family too, as well. So we were just talking about some moves. I know that there's some, hopefully we can see some proactive moves. I don't know if it's going to be the January window, but certainly it's going to be, I think we will see some type of move in the summer window, whether it's by our hands or not. There's another player that is looking at possibly a move, and this was something that I wanted to get into, and it's a promising player, someone that JK has seen play too, by the way, and that is apparently Marmoush is already seen as the natural successor to Salah in Egypt, and many believe he could eclipse the Liverpool star in the coming years. But there is something about him that is drawing attention from Liverpool, as well, as we have apparently opened talks to secure a deal for the signature of the Frankfurt striker for a move in the summer. A move in January has pretty much been ruled out. as he is not expected to sign the new contract that the German club wanted to offer him. But they also are saying that they're not interested in giving up hopes that they can sign him to a new deal. But it looks like that with other clubs starting to get, interested in him, it's being word that he's looking for a move and he's going to make the most of it. And he apparently is over the moon with the idea of joining Liverpool. He's it says let's see. They are aware that we're in contact with the striker's representative, that they are preparing for his departure at the end of the season. Emirates are expected to demand somewhere between 50 to 60 million euros before agreeing to sell the attacker in the next summer transfer window. I was bringing this up primarily because I just spoke about the center back, the center backs that we were tentatively linked with. Do we need to put attention towards our offense? Considering we do have 6 forwards currently, I understand the Chiesa situation has, some Thiago settings and PTSD on Thiago settings with some people. They also are looking at it as like they're getting anxious because we could certainly use his talents from what we've seen. We know he's capable of bringing, but with Diego injured currently and with Chiesa out, we are limited to the 4 forwards that we currently have on the books.
Yeah, Mr. Elliott as well. Like,
yeah. Do we need to really focus in on bringing in a forward? And that's saying we keep the current forwards that we have, and do we keep our forwards? Let's say we were to keep the 6 forwards that we have. Do we?
In the summer, I said we didn't. I said the 6 we've got is well enough. And I believe that, because we only had 5 before the summer. Chiesa came and made it 6 forwards. We'd never had 6 before. We only usually have 5 to do the 3 positions. But after the Arsenal game, it's the first time this season. And during the Arsenal game, I was thinking, sod now. Wouldn't mind a new forward.
JK.
It's the post-Mane Firmino era. We're trying to get to grips with what our best option is. Another 3 weeks. Another 3. That's
That's what High Lord is saying.
He's too injury prone. We need someone else then, because you only have Darwin to pick from as a centre forward. Ain't enough, mate. Jota is too injury prone. That's why we need.
Jota, but both of his injuries.
This is a silver lining too, JK, and then I'll let you hammer your point down. But the one back from injury and spotted in training in the AXA Training Center was Jayden Danns, a young, promising player.
Yeah.
I'm not putting all our hopes in Jayden Danns, people. Don't get it twisted. I think Jayden Danns is a promising player, but I'm not saying that our season is going to end all be all on Jayden Danns. Let's not get too crazy.
It helps to have him available again, though. If we're without, say at any other time in the season, we're without 2 or even 3 of our forwards at the same time, he's going to be needed then.
Yeah. There's also the talks about a Victor Gyökeres from Sporting possibly being a target for us. JK, with those 2 names, and you can speak on, I know that you do watch Bundesliga and that you have some insight on his play for Frankfurt this year. Do you think that we need to play? Do you think we need to go into this January window, much less the summer window, looking for some heavy artillery up front?
You know what? I think Jota's last two injuries were sort of not really his own fitness. It was someone landed on him twice, So for me, that's just bad luck, So I can't really say Jota. He seems like Jota's injury prone because he always seems to be out and stuff. But
he is, mate.
Last 2
too much time, too many long periods out.
Durations,
And we need him if he's to be slot first choice. You know what I mean? and he's always injured. That means we've got Darwin, unless he plays Gakpo in the 9.
Yeah, Gakpo could play 9, like if he needs to be, you know, like. But I just feel that Jota, his injury sort of record hasn't been great, hence why his career never seems to be always rolling. So I'll be happy with like an additional guy. That guy from Frankfurt,
if he was,
he would be like he'd be happy to sit on the bench. He wouldn't be like, I want to start straight away. You know what I mean? So for me, he's only been on the scene like this season. He's on fire. You know, but Gyökeres, I've seen him play. I don't really think he's like Liverpool level.
What nationality is he? Victor Gyökeres, how do you say?
What'd you say, Lee?
What nationality?
He's Swedish.
Okay.
Swedish.
Okay.
He scores for Sweden as well. So, but for me, I think we're scoring goals this season, 12th. So for me, the striker sort of attacking side of the team don't really need to look at. I think it's a good reason for Darwin to get his career sorted. You know, like now he's going to get time. Jota's not there for the next 3 weeks. He's going to be playing most of the game. So now's the time for Darwin. You know, now or never.
Right.
Yep.
I think that this is going to be this is a make or break year for Darwin. I'm willing to admit that, even as big of a Darwin fan as I am, this is certainly a make or break year. I don't necessarily like thinking that we give up, on players if we don't have to. I mean, like if we can, stockpile great players the same way Real Madrid stockpiles like young and talented, older players, mature players as well. I'd love to be that club too, but I know a lot of the cases are that if we do get a player or do have a player like a Nunez that is going to possibly be moving on, then that will be an assurance that we will be getting someone to replace him at some level. But again, I think that it's a make or break year. He's going to have his opportunities, especially with Diego's inconsistency in staying fit. Unfortunately for Diego, it's someone that we all would love to see fit, because when he is fit, he's a phenomenal striker, but and a phenomenal forward at least. And but this is Darwin's opportunity, and hopefully he can make the most of it. And I think, truthfully, one last part and point I would say is that he has been really doing well, in my opinion. He has been starting to really take on what I believe Slot is asking from him, and that is you see the energy that he's presenting. Slot has come out and said he has been appreciative and appreciative of what he's seeing from the forward, and he's
got the assist for the winner, so you can't say fairer than that, can you? For the forward going after score, like get the assist for the winner, that's good enough for me.
Last 2 games, got the winner in Leipzig, got the assist for Salah to get the equaliser. So for me, he's doing what he's got to do. That's what I always say about striking attackers. They don't have to be really involved in the game all the time. But for me, they got to sort of do something like that, make a goal or score a goal. And Salah and Darwin seem to always do that. Hence why I'm not really worried about our attack. We've always got one guy who's going to do something. Gakpo, Diaz, they all can do something. Even Chiesa missing, like for me, that's just a bit annoying. It's just come like, no one's really talking about it. It's been a while now. It's been a while now. So what's the reason?
That was 2 months or more ago, wasn't it, when we last seen him?
It is. I ain't seen him for a long time. So for me, what's the reason? No sign of like, this what happened. He's suffering this, that. So they've kept it sort of quiet. And when they keep it quiet, you know what happens. Thiago was kept quiet. Look what happened to him. He never played again. So, and I don't like that. When we sort of quiet on the injury front, tell us what's wrong with the guy, So
I understand.
Bless Brian.
Big up Brian. Brian's joined us. Irishman is in the house. How are you doing today?
Yeah, good, man. You said 7 p.m. when you sent me the thing,
Okay.
You sent me a message saying 7 p.m.
No, I nearly didn't turn up either because it said 7. I was just out of luck like that. I seen your thingy and looked at it.
Yes, 7 p.m.
That's
what. Oh, you know what though? It's I got
it.
My apologies. My apologies. You know what? It's because you know why? Because it's daylight savings time hit. That's my bad. That's totally my bad. I apologize.
Okay. No,
because there's no daylight savings time in Arizona, and I didn't. And didn't think about it. I'm sorry. I forgot. We don't change our clocks back here in the state, so I didn't even think about it.
You're special, you lot.
Yeah.
Arizonans don't have to change their clocks. Everyone else.
No, Arizona, and neither does Ecuador. Ecuador doesn't change their clocks either.
Crazy.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
My apologies on that. I thought
that'd be a good quiz question. That'd be a
right,
good quiz.
right.
Yeah. Just
That's probably why. Yeah, that's probably why some people are probably wondering. So it's now 6:40, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just the thumbnail says 6 p.m., which is correct. But
Right.
It said 7 p.m. So I just said, oh, the thumbnail says 7.
Right.
Maybe,
My apologies. My apologies.
Twelfth wanted the single hour for himself. He wanted to do it on his own. He
No,
wanted us to join him later.
no, I just thought you guys. I appreciate your time. So I thought that you guys had stuff to do. That's all. I did not think about it until you mentioned it. Well, that's cool because that means I get an extra hour now of prep time. So I know I'm 20 minutes early, but I appreciate that you saw us live and that you joined us, Brian. Again, my apologies on the mix-up.
Yeah, no problem.
But
don't let it happen again.
Yeah, I know. Well, it won't happen until at least the springtime. How about that?
Imagine 12th was our coach would miss the first half, won't we?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. I'd have to have a good assistant coach on that one. Trigger TV, big up, brother. Big up. Good to see you. Red Armchair supporter, good to see you as well. Edward, like I said earlier, good to see you. Cedric as well, good to see you.
Oh, best Cedric.
Hope that you guys are all good. Yeah, I saw that. We're gonna have a little section, not today, but I will be getting into some of this Ballon d'Or. We will have a segment for the Ballon d'Or. There's so much to catch up on, so I won't be going I won't go really at all in depth on it. But yeah, we will be talking about that, High Lord. Trust me, we will be talking about that. So another thing is, Brian, so we've been talking about Chiesa, talking about possibly going in for a offensive player. That's what at least the reports have, the news out there has us doing, which is looking at defenders, offensive players as well. I don't know if we necessarily need to make the offensive player our primary concern certainly not in the January window, but I don't necessarily know if not, depending on who stays with the club, obviously, if that has to be our main concern in the summer window. Did you have an opinion that you wanted to share on that as well? I mean, the people that we were talking about was Gorkez from Victor from Sporting, and we're also speaking on the Egyptian player from Frankfurt that is looking to possibly be a acquisition as well. Those are the two names I put out there.
Yeah, Gorka's a bit of a weird one. Strange career. Goes to Portugal. Yeah, do you want to be the club that takes that risk? I don't know. It's the young Mohammed Regen guy. I don't know a lot about him. The Gyökeres guy, yeah, he's been incredibly impressive, but he's doing it in Portugal. He's about 27 now, I think. 26. But I don't know. He's looked unbelievable for the last 18 months maybe. I think he's scoring an incredible rate, but that'd be a hell of a risk. They'd want an awful lot of money for him. But I'd love to see someone come in that can score at that rate. I mean, that'd be good. Just in terms of what we need, more defenders. I don't think we need any defenders that drastically.
Okay.
I would go with like I say, an understudy for Gravenberch. Like we've gone from wanting to someone to play the number 6 now, as opposed to needing somebody who can be Gravenberch's number 2 kind of thing. So I'd definitely be going in for a central striker. Yeah, I'd like to see us do that.
Okay.
Give Darwin some competition. Cover Jota. Like Jota's injured again.
Yeah.
November now. They're saying the end of November.
Yep.
Like, come on, you know.
Yep.
I saw him having a bit
It's
of
a concern. Is that someone that does that injury make you say, you know what, for all that he's good, maybe we should try to capitalize on his work, his market value now?
He's always had that there, hasn't he? He's always had that. He's always either just coming off an injury or he's never really nailed down his until the start of this year. Really, he became an out and out first team guy for us.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a number 9. I just think somebody to put the heat on Darwin. Yeah, someone just going to go. I'm a striker as well. I can score goals. Watch me go. Someone in that mode. But yeah, I wouldn't be throwing Jota out just because of this latest injury. But his injuries have always been concerned for. He's unlucky. It's not like he's he's injured in training again. Oh, Jota, typical Jota, injured in training.
Right.
It's like, no, he gets squashed or he gets kicked or he lands on his head after a bad tackle or something. It always seems to be like that.
Right.
So,
and it's not,
I'm all for
unlike some players, so I was going to add, unlike some players, it's not on international break that he's getting the injury. Right.
No, I think we're okay in defense at the moment. Am I going against the grain there? Is that the general, what the lads think?
That's a good question. I think that some have been saying that they would like to see us get, some get that left back or get that.
Oh, Robbo, of course, yes. Sorry,
yeah.
Yes, Robbo. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot Robbo got shot. Yes, I forgot he was thrown in the North Sea. Yeah.
Oh, Scapegoat FC is strong, and Scapegoat FC is strong as always.
Yeah. I get it now.
Yeah. So
I think we've enough cover there for it not to be. I mean, between Robbo, Gomez, and Simi, I don't see it as an utter priority.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see slightly less game time for Robbo so we can, get the best out of what we've got left of him. Don't play him so often the way we have been all these years. He's got to start playing less games, I think.
Right.
Get the best form from him to get his best. And you wouldn't think so that dropping players would improve. But you know what I'm saying? Improve his physical condition or something I don't know. He's played a lot of games since he joined us, that guy. And I think to lighten the load a bit might help prolong his career.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's see.
He's not going to come up against a Saka every week either, so let's give him that.
Yeah.
That kid was on fire.
On Robbo, the way that happened, him just he got back in front of him and then he was just too close to him, mate.
Right.
I don't think it's quite his Gary Neville moment, is it, lads? The Gary Neville moment where he
one he did last season was bad, where he kicked it into the net. I remember that Brighton away last season. Robbo's own goal. It's a shocker, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He has got it in the odd Rick, but he's a consistent.
It's funny you brought that up. Let me see if I can find that. I wasn't going to bring it up immediately, but I did see. Hopefully, I have it still. Because there was a comment, and it made me think too. How do you feel? And this is a question to the chat too, as well, obviously. But to the panels particularly, when you see commentators or when you see the commentators for the game, and it is a rival former player that is the commentator for your game, do you think that they should be the commentators for that game, especially if their team isn't involved? It'd be one thing if you're playing against, if it's Liverpool versus Manchester United and Neville is on, for instance, is one of the commentators, doing the color commentation for
he has to commentate on Liverpool Arsenal. I don't get that. Doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, do you think that I can almost say, and I could even go as far as to say that if you are going to have a game where you're going to bring a former player that is connected to one, if not both, one of the teams, it should be both of the. It should be both. There should be two play or color commentators that represent for both of either side, at least, so you can kind of get a little bit of a. I mean, if you're going to get a partisan perspective, at least you get a balanced partisan perspective. But I was just wondering, is it do they need to do something about that? Or it was a comment actually on Twitter. I was looking for it real quick. I'll find it while we speak. But someone was really, really into it because you could see the difference in and Neville was open and he was transparent about it. He does not like seeing Liverpool do well, and he would prefer, he's picking the lesser of two evils in his mind. He's saying in that you could tell when they scored, you could hear the enthusiasm and you could hear even in his comments, not just in his voice. But then when Liverpool scored, you could hear the utter dismay and saltiness. Mm-hmm. Is that what we're? Do you think that there's a big deal about that, or is that just asking too much for you to have a little bit of presentators that are either non-biased or not connected to either team, or just all right?
Well, if the next Liverpool Arsenal game wasn't commentated on by him for Sky, if they just didn't use him for the next Liverpool Arsenal game, just for a change, change.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't bother me one bit. Some of these people on Twitter really should get a life. If they can't handle a co-com, they should get a life, really. Carragher comments on Man United games, comments on Everton games. Yeah. They're the two main commentators. I want to hear a good commentator. Commentator can't affect the game if he affects you. Watch another channel.
Yeah.
That's what I say to these people. He's one of their main guys. He's going to commentate. And it's funny when we hear Carragher doing Man United games and they're getting beaten. So, no, it doesn't bother me one little bit.
Okay. JK, do you want to have a say? No. Oh, I see JK's on mute currently, so I'll give him.
You gotta come across him, you know what I mean. He's pretty much omnipresent on Sky and has been for a very long time.
It was just a question. I mean, I saw it and I thought about it. I know how it is because, whether it's football or whether it's, for me was basketball or American football. I hate it when I'm watching Cowboys versus the Eagles and I'm listening to Troy Aikman on there. He's a former Dallas Cowboy. It's kind of I don't want to hear his opinion. I don't want to hear his take. That's the kind of perspective I have too sometimes when I'm I don't want to hear this guy's opinion. It's the last thing I want to hear right now. But
be interesting perhaps for Roy Keane to do it instead of Gary Neville. Just change it to another United player and give Roy Keane a go at the Liverpool Arsenal game next time, Sky. Get him out of the studio and onto the gantry. It makes sense.
Right. I got you, Trap Joe. The mute button is a great invention. I wish we could mute certain mics. We had our own studio direction where we can mute certain mics. That'd be great. But it is what it is. Because it's funny too. We're going to get into this ratings pretty soon here. As we're about 3/4 into the first hour of the show here. There was another grumpy man approach towards things again from Stephen Warnock, who Stephen Warnock called Dominic Szoboszlai a coward. He called him, quote unquote, a coward after the incident that led to Arsenal's, it wasn't a goal, by the way, because there were so many things that happened in the phase of play, much less the fact that the referee blew the whistle. Okay, so that doesn't even matter. It's a moot point. Whatever happens after that, But he called him a coward for not going for the way that he went about that particular play.
When he got pushed over, when your man jumped into him, is that what he's talking about?
Yeah.
What was he supposed to have done? Stood up and punched him in the face or something? I don't know. What was he?
That's
did
Stephen
Stevie
Warnock.
want?
Again, that's Stephen
What's he
Warnock.
want?
That's Stephen Warnock's words. He called him a coward. He said he's Szoboszlai. He has called Szoboszlai a coward. That's a quote, coward, after the incident that led to Arsenal's, like I said, that wasn't a goal, but crazy play that had occurred at the end of the game that was disallowed. That's pretty wild. Yeah, that's Sky on Sky Sports. Sky Sports News reported that.
He's a Muppet, Warnock.
Yeah.
He's someone that I would not like to see on. By the way, I don't want to. If you're gonna try to balance out the commentators, don't put him on as Liverpool's representation.
Right, you have him on LFC TV way too bloody much, Warnock.
Yeah. That's just, it was a funny situation to see that happen. Considering that I'm like, I was like the same perspective. I'm like, what the heck? What is he supposed to do? You know?
Yeah, Warnock had a half decent left foot, and he was like good enough for a low down Premier League team or a Championship team. But he weren't good enough for us, mate. So he needs to be shut up there, don't he?
It was interesting too. On this side of the pond, the way that the commentators were presenting it, they kept calling it. They kept saying. I'm gonna make sure I get the exact quote here that they kept saying. They kept talking about. The commentator kept saying the two main pretenders, not contenders, pretenders to City's title. I was like, why do you keep saying pretend? Like he said pretender and referencing
pretenders.
Both teams as if we are pretenders.
It's a pretender. It's pretender to the crown. It's just a phrase.
Yeah, it's an
It doesn't mean they're pretending. No, it's just a turn of phrase. It's just they don't mean they're pretending or they're fake.
Yeah.
It's a pretender. It's just a turn of phrase.
It's just. I understand like the but you know the semantics of the word, but it's just it can be read wrong sometimes. I understand.
But it's just
something that you might say. We don't really say pretenders. We don't say it like that. That's why it was interesting to hear. Like I can understand you say these are contenders. Yes, I think they are contenders.
But that's what it means. But that's when you say a pretender to the crown.
Well, that's what it means to you.
That's what the phrase means. Is it means
to you?
He's obviously hard. No, not just to me personally. Not to me personally.
I'm saying to you, as in like that, as into like culturally, that's what it's accepted.
Okay.
Right.
Don't worry.
He's also a commentator for. He's not commentating for that side of the pond. He's commentating for this side of the pond. So when you say words like that, it doesn't necessarily correlate as well. I'm sure there's certain words I say that don't necessarily land particularly well.
No, but if it's a phrase and I understand what the phrase means, it's just like, it's pretender to, whatever. Yeah, it's what we're the guys that want to take it.
Yeah.
And we're the two, like it's theirs. We want to take it. So that's it. It's theirs to lose, and we're the two main guys. I don't think, to be honest, I don't even think Arsenal are really that much of a force in it this year. I don't like where they're going.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, like I will admit that they rolled the dice on this game, on the importance of this game, by playing the players that they did. I still can't and don't agree with like the assessment, like as in, look, if you looked at the odds with the bookies or whatever, it was pretty much, again, I said this earlier before the game, it was pretty much a pick'em game in the sense of it was like the Arsenal was actually a little bit of a stronger favorite than Liverpool, despite the way that the media kept trying to definitely.
Yeah, the injury thing was by the media.
Exactly.
Not once.
Exactly. And what was sad about it is that they kept pushing that narrative when, in essence, we all knew, and something that we all at least thought, most of us on this side of the fence thought. at least some of us thought, would be Arteta once again playing the dark arts style of like pretending or putting out there that, oh, these players are injured, they're doubtful, with every intention of playing them, and that's what we did. We ended up getting by getting Saka playing, by getting Timber actually playing, albeit Saliba wasn't played, but that was because of a red card. So like with the injury thing, they blew it up. They ended up like acting and making it seem like we didn't have injuries to our starting lineup as well, which we honestly did. And they knew they were going to be fit. Arteta's gamble might have hurt him in that not only did Timber, who went out with cramps, they said he ended up leaving because of the cramps and the likes. He's just not up to the level that needs to be for the game per se, but or at least get a full 90 out of him. Apparently, we all saw Gabriel leave the pitch, and it's a possible knee, if not ankle injury, they're saying. And they're saying it's a knee joint or an ankle problem. That's what they're saying. He couldn't run, Arteta said. And that is reported that tests have revealed no serious damage, but he's not expected to be available for their cup match and possibly even their next Premier League match after that. So that's the gamble you take. And I think the biggest W that we got out, I understand it was a draw, but the biggest W we got out of this game is that we didn't lose any players. That was the biggest. That was the biggest W I think we got out of this game. We didn't lose any points. No one gained anything. I understand we ended up allowing for City to become now on top of the league and us have be 1 point behind them, but all the same, Arsenal are still 4 points behind us, and they have injuries to deal with, whereas we're just trying to get our players healthy, and there are some players that I'm going to mention that are possibly available for this cup.
You should listen to me more, because I told you it was going to happen. I said Saka was going to play, and I said whenever Arsenal have injuries and they rush people back, every single time it happens to them, someone goes off injured for them. They always rush people back and someone goes off injured. Saka was back, Timber goes off injured. It was obvious. Like Lee was saying, or someone in the Nantes was saying, everyone knew Saka was going to play. Everyone knew he was talking shit. He should have been more serious with Timber and not started him, because that's what he's ended up with now. Like you said, his gamble's backfiring, but he was always going to play Saka. Saka's leg could be hanging off and they'd still play that kid. And as it turned out, he was far from unfit. Robbo can tell you that. He had no problems.
Right.
But, look at the back four. That's why I just say, I don't see them. I don't see them as serious. Like, they'll probably be where they are now. Like, either just about third or maybe second if we go horribly wrong. But I cannot see Arsenal after that as a serious contender to Manchester City. Not at all.
Didn't you liken Arteta to Mourinho a few days ago, Brian? I'm sure he said that. And
he's getting that way a little bit with his dark arts and his tactics, and the Arsenal fans are picking up on it as well. And they've been picking up on it for a while, how he has slowly become less and less attacking. He's made them a much more defensive team in a kind of a relishing hanging on to a 1-0 lead, or really not going for it. Like we were talking about Martinelli going to the flag at 75 minutes, this kind of stuff. The Arsenal fans are like, wow, this isn't even what Arteta was doing 2 years ago, let alone what Wenger was doing, or, that kind of stuff. It's not even what Arteta can do.
Consistent when they get in front. The time wasting is awful.
Not only that, what was wild too, and this is another, I'd love to hear your perspectives on this in the chat, by the way. There was, and I made notes for it because I watched the game back. Let me make sure what minute it was. So there was a play where 24th minute, Maka got hacked. And he got hacked down in the middle of the pitch. It looked like it was a good whack to his ankle, basically. Robbo gives the clearance of the ball, you know, because they were still attacking despite the fact that Maka went down. You know, right. Robbo didn't put it out of play because they would have tried to throw the ball in real quickly, most likely, but he tried to clear the ball. Arsenal fans were encouraged him to play on, despite the fact that McAllister was on the pitch writhing in pain. Okay. Again, from you can see it, an obvious hit, a clip as well. Yet those same fans, the same Arsenal fans, who watched their player have no options and was sitting in the corner, didn't know what to do, you know, ends up kicking the ball out of play because of, I think it was, I'm going to say it was, it might have been Marino or the Timber. It was one of their players went down. I can't remember the name of the player who went down, but one of their players had gone down. He kicks it out as trying to get some and points at the player to say, I did it because of him. We get the throw in. Ibu has it. We're encouraged to play on, just push, go on, and we kick the ball back to them. I thought that was a funny incident. I didn't think that Ibu, I know the protocol is to give the ball back. That's good sportsmanship. I don't know if I would have given the ball back at that case in time. I don't know if you in the chat would have, as you know, and done the noble thing, but I don't think I don't think we should have. Technically, I don't think we should have. And from what I was hearing too, a lot of the Liverpool fans there were telling Ibu, go on, do not pass it back, don't do that. They wouldn't do that for us, you know. Again, they didn't do that for us. Like when I was speaking on the Maka, because once Robbo cleared it, they had the ball. They could have easily put the ball out, and they continued to attack. And Maka had to get up, hobble, and then run over to try to get back into the play. I don't think.
True. Yeah, I understand that. After that, Kanate shouldn't have gave the ball back to him.
I don't think he should have given the ball back.
He should have gave the ball back. They could have kicked it out when McAllister was done. So for me, they chose not to do it. So we should have chose not to give the ball back. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's the way Arteta's that. He's just an annoying sort of. He does rap moves, you know, like you know what I mean, like Splinter. Yeah, but like for me, he just do rap moves, and that's why he won't win anything because of them rap moves. He don't keep it clean, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Lee, were you gonna say something?
Sorry, I just nicked out for a cup of tea. Okay. What was the question? Or the,
no, I was just talking about that.
It was a lot.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, I'll let Brian comment on it, and then you can get the gist of what we're talking about.
Okay, if your opposition kicks it out, so one of your players can get treatment, you have to give it back to him. That's just what you do. You give it back to him. So if they didn't
it wasn't our player that went down, though. It was their player.
Yeah, but if it gets kicked out, if they kick it out of play, then to get help for a player, then you give it back to him. That's what you do. That's what you always do. If they didn't do it, then they're scumbags. I'm not getting dragged down to their level. Like we're all slagging them off here for making dodgy moves and doing crappy things. Yeah, those are one of those dodgy moves and shitty things. You know, if they want to go low, they can go low, but we'll go high, as they say. You know, we're just going to do what we do. Do the right thing. That's what I'd always want Liverpool Football Club to do, is do the right thing, what you're supposed to do. And if Arsenal want to fuck around and be shitty and crappy, it's okay, that's on ye. But I'm not getting dragged out. Like, yeah, look, maybe I'm old school or whatever. In the heat of the moment, someone say, but they didn't give back to us the last time. So, well, two wrongs don't make a right. You know, we're going to do the right thing, and that'll make them look even worse. But hey, someone say, oh, look, they scored a goal. I know football is hyper competitive now, you know. Don't give an inch or anything like that. But there's some things are still sacred in the game, and if they're not doing it, then call them out for it. But don't go down to their level. It happens a lot. You see, especially these, because see, this has been taken out of it because the referee
I don't.
basically supposed to say stop it for a head injury, right? And then if not, then the play is supposed to carry on. You're not supposed to kick.
It was, it wasn't a head injury though.
Yeah, so you're not supposed to kick the ball out. Yeah, oh, I
Mhm.
know it wasn't, but you're not supposed to kick the ball out. So the refs are supposed to say, look, it's not a head injury. He'll get treatment the next time the ball goes out of play. You're not supposed to kick it out. So the players are supposed to play on unless the referee. This is again the referee's not taking control of the situation. You know, but now you can have a player go, oh well, you don't have to kick it out. You chose to, so we're going to keep it. You know, but like I said, look, I just think that's the proper way to do things. You give it, if they throw it out for you, you give it back. But if they're going to be scummy about it, then that looks bad on them. You know.
Yeah, because it wasn't. Because I understand exactly. If it was our player and they kicked it out of bounds, oh, absolutely, you do that. Absolutely. But if you're being that particular phase of play, they were being pressed. He was in the corner with no real options. We're pressing them to get some type of obviously some type of result. And rather than and then one of the players once again goes down, just decides to go down because they went down for everything and anything, they were going down the littlest touches. One of the players went down. And rather than try to clear the ball, rather than try to do any of that, he just kicked it out, pointed to his player, and then expected to get the ball back.
Yeah, because what Arsenal they're manipulating the good sport. They're manipulating the sportsmanship.
He's created an effective side there, Arteta, and you can, to get results and that. But they're not a team that really blows others away that often, are they? Like Klopp's side was like
effective at winding people up.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the secret to it's the defense, isn't it? They've got very good forwards who score plenty of good goals, but really with them, it's keeping it tight, isn't it? An edge in a game, 2-1 or whatever. You don't see them blowing teams away that often.
No, I think it really shows what it really shows the level, or I would say the level, but how about a better word is the culture that Arteta has created at this club. And I think his team definitely emulates.
Fair enough. If it puts them at the top of the league, the way they play, fair enough. You can't argue with that. They're at the top of the league, and they were the last 2 seasons. Win nothing, but he's put them at the top of the league with the way they play. So you can't really argue with it. As an Arsenal fan, I wouldn't like it as a Liverpool fan if we played like that. But there you go.
No, yeah. Speaking of, I wouldn't like to play like that. I know this particular player is a player that.
We always won the fair play under Klopp. I think every season we got the fair play award.
I was just going to bring that up if you don't mind.
Yeah,
that was one thing because someone said
don't get given on Mo Salah when Mo Salah's getting ragged all over the place, and then you see some of them that they give on Grealish or Trossard. Or
that's not
Martinelli. You're like, what?
Well, that's a never-ending road. I was just going to say it wasn't just under Klopp. We always, I think, pretty much. Since they started doing it, we would always finish top of the fair play league. And someone in chat said earlier on they'd like to see us being more physical, not dirty, but we would consistently finish top of the fair play league and come nowhere near winning the league. Now, last season was one of the first times we actually didn't. We were actually getting more cards. So being the best, we were always the best behaved team in the league, but it often. You could tell the teams that were kind of the more dark artsy types of teams, like you were saying, if it wins the league, then fair enough. Maybe not that we shouldn't be that kind of team because that's part of our DNA, as I say, playing the game the right way. But just maybe tighten it up a little bit. Maybe become a little bit more of a harder nosed version. Because Tommy Smith, Graham Souness, they have no interest in winning fair play awards. They want to win league title.
One incident that encapsulates
a bit of a balance between
City against Everton when it was Onana, the midfielder for Everton member, and it hit him on the floor. He slid in for a tackle, and like it hit his arm, but it weren't a pen, mate. But they screamed so badly, it was given. The ref didn't give it, but they changed it. You know what I mean? That the linesman and them VAR, and that just to me just sums up. It was a microcosm of how City do things. You know what I mean? The way they are.
Yeah.
Rodri, I mean, Rodri.
This is what
Silva, I mean.
This is a player. I mean, I can understand this player is someone. Maybe if he was on our team, we would have certainly different opinions for this player. I don't like this guy particularly, but again, when I was speaking on Lego's approach towards or cultural approach to this team, you can definitely see that there is a Simeone style of like atmosphere with this Arsenal team. They're more defensive, they're more dark arts-ish.
Yeah.
You know, they utilize everything they can when it comes to like getting under your skin. This is a play that I wanted to particularly show too. It's only 5-second clip, so I'm pretty sure I can show it. This was the play here. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. Right here, you can see that Havertz is like grabbing BBD's, and it takes a lot to get under Virgil's skin. You know what I mean?
Could have been sent
But
off
like,
there.
No, for him to
upend himself.
He upended him there. He upended himself. He could easily have stayed on his feet and Virgil does this last one.
He kicked him twice. Virgil kicked him twice in the legs. He could easily.
No, he did. He absolutely did. Right there, and then right there. Certainly.
Like we said before the game. Yeah, we said before the game, Darwin was going to have to be ready for these guys for little tugs like that, little bits and pieces. But I was shocked to see Virgil react 5 minutes into a game. The first bit of pressure, the first bit of whatever, and he lost control.
Very unlike him, wasn't it?
Yeah, really unlike him. Really unlike him.
Let's be honest. Like, you know, he did get a forearm to the back of his head as well. So it's not like Havertz was like innocent. Okay, in the exchange. That's my
no. I never said he was. I said he was. I said I was shocked to see Virgil react to it like that, to kick out twice. You're asking a referee to make a decision there. That's what you're asking him to do. Havertz says the old, "Hey, I just ran into the back of you, calm down" thing, and Virgil just kicked him twice in the leg. It's like, Virgil, chill out, man.
You know,
no red cards, please.
Very long time.
Yeah.
I like him though. I said it before. I know you don't like him. I know a lot of people don't like him, but I think he's a wonderful footballer.
Yeah, I think he's good.
I'd have him all day. Don't know whether he fit into our team or whatever, but
yeah, I don't know where he fits into.
He's one of those players. If he can find the right club and right team, like he is.
Yeah, you got to find the right club and right system. Certainly.
Yeah. I'm not sure Arsenal is like that good for them.
Yeah,
I mean, the way
he's not an outright striker for them. He's not.
Oh God, no. He's a 9.5.
He had a couple opportunities for him, to tell you the truth, that he flubbed. So, but I mean, that's. But yeah, but that's it. That's who they're utilizing as that striker, and like, you know, and then if you move him into the midfield, then like.
Well, I was pleased as United City, the Champions League in that final. Like, that was the greatest thing he's done since he came to England.
Yeah. It was just an interesting play. I know that could have been easily. I don't know if they would have sent him off for it, to be honest with you, but I think they would have possibly at least given him if the referee had seen it,
in the game.
Would have probably given him a yellow card. I don't think it was enough to warrant a red card review.
See, there wasn't much in it. The way Virgil was shrugging, you know, as if to say, "Get off me," and then he was like, "Why are you reacting like that?" He kept on shrugging his shoulders, you know, giving it a shrug, didn't he? Like,
it's the second kick. It's the second kick that does it. If you're watching that VAR, it's because it's 5 minutes in. The ref is like, "Virgil, come on, man."
Yeah.
Like if that was
definitely made some theatrics out of it, but it is a second kick though. It was
no. If that was the 75th minute and Virgil's on a yellow and it's more, he's going off there. He's definitely getting a yellow for that. It's probably because it's early on and it's. Yeah, I just couldn't believe. Honestly, I'd never seen Virgil lose his cool so instantly in a game. I just maybe he even said something. He could have even had.
I think Havertz was. Yeah, I think Havertz was definitely saying something. I don't think there's anything other than the fact that I'm sure Havertz has been saying a few things.
Trap
He's been,
Joe's out. Hey. Listen, Trap Joe said, if Havertz joins our club, I quit football altogether. Can we get a whip round for Havertz? Can we get a whip round for Havertz together?
No.
We can get it done by the summer, Trap Joe, eh?
No. I'm good on that one too. I'm good on that too, Trap Joe. So let me also bring up this. So we might as well get into these ratings as well. Let's get into some of these ratings for this game so we can get a quick preview, a little sneak preview at least of the big cup match coming up tomorrow. So let's get into some of these. Let's get into it. I went over the VVD one. I went over the F Havertz one. Okay. Let's get into this. I'm gonna bring this up full screen as well. I want to get into the ratings, and we're going to have to start with. I'm sorry about that. Make sure this is all ready. Well, let's start with our goalkeeper. Yesterday, conceded 2 goals. I don't know if either goal was a goal that he could have done better on, or I'm not gonna get into the whole, like, I heard some on, I think it was Redman TV, but heard some saying, well, what if that was Ali? And I was like, come on, let's not go there. But all the same, let's get into it. What were we rating? What were we going to bring as a rating for Kelleher yesterday? I thought Kelleher had a decent game. I don't know what score you're going to bring him, but I thought he had a decent game. What was the tally that you're putting him at?
I give him 7 out of 10.
Jesus.
Okay. 70. Okay. Delonte got him at a 60. Okay. Brian, what do you got Kelleher at?
70, Lee. Jeez, that's very high. That is very high.
I was going to go 65. I was going to say 6.5, but I thought that sounded too stingy and too harsh on him to give him a 6.5.
Yeah.
So I went 7 at the last minute after deciding 6.5.
Yeah. No, maybe I should get some of those meds Trap Joe is on. I don't know. 55. I didn't feel comfortable. I know he couldn't do anything about Marino's goal or Saka's goal. I don't think one Saka.
He maybe could have done something about Saka's goal a little bit. That's like asking a lot. He probably could have taken a step and made himself bigger to try to, like, it would have hurt, because then you would have probably got a
best
shot.
Case scenario gets it in the face. Yeah. Best case scenario, he takes one in the face. No, I just think I'm not. If one of our players scored that goal, I'm not thinking, oh, the keeper should have done better there. I'm thinking power in that shot. Nobody's stopping it. I just didn't feel. I don't know. I didn't think he did an awful lot. He hit a couple of great balls long because we were using him to get out of their pressure.
Yeah.
To hit Diaz.
I
still didn't like. There was something I didn't like about yesterday's performance. I'm going to give him a 50. He has to do better.
Well, that's a consequence of the whole
I'll
team.
I'll give him a 60.
The whole team was off it, like, weren't they? It was patchy. Not the whole game. We had some patches, but it was patchy, wasn't it? The performance, a patchy performance. So no one.
Yeah, patchy Indian. I said exactly the same time. Yeah. Arranged marriage, isn't it?
Arranged marriage, blood.
Yeah.
I'll give him a 60, bro. You get 2 goals in. Could have done better with the Saka goal.
Okay. 62 from Hylor. Bernie would go as high as a 70. Nolante, like I said, gave him a 60. Any other ratings for him? Okay. So I had him at a 6. Oops, I had him at a 63. I think that's pretty fair from all the ratings that you guys said. I know from
I initially thought 6.5.
couple 70s. It's like getting right. That's kind of in the middle ish.
Which one of mine are you settling on, the 6.5 or the initial 7 that I gave him?
Yeah,
I was giving you your 70. Yeah, I'm going by the fact that there were 60s, 62. Red Armchair supporter gave him 65 in the chat. Red for Life gave him a 60. There's a lot of 60s. So despite Bernie and your 70. How about for our captain? Cedric gave him a 63. Yeah, 63 will do. How about for our captain?
I'll give Virgil a 5.8.
What were you going to give him?
5.8.
Oh, wow.
58.
Yeah.
58. Okay.
Virgil.
Wow. Okay. I wouldn't have gone that low, but okay. Could have helped out. Could have helped. I have my personal take on that Robbo goal. I know I'm saying a little bit early for Robbo's defense, but all the same, I think that Virgil could have possibly done more there. He possibly could have done what we see Konate do a lot, which is aid his fullback a little bit more than he actually ended up doing, because there wasn't anyone that Virgil had to mark.
Give me your rating now, so as you're doing it, just give me your rating now, so
I feel a bit tight-fisted
as you're in the flow.
when he scored. He did
For
score
Virgil?
but
Well, I was just saying you were in your flow there, so you may as well just give him your score at the end, and we'll just.
I'll show you my score. My score is pretty high though for Virgil.
Yeah, I docked him low for conceding too, regardless of him scoring.
It might be a couple points too high, but I mean, like, I'd give him that. I give him that because, like, look, let's keep it 100. That was Johnny on the spot type goal that we needed. We had Saka's goal really put us in a deep place, deep hole, and Virgil's header to equalize was a fantastic and well spotted goal off a Lucho flick of the ball.
Yeah, I'll let the digits creep up to 61.5. 61.5.
That is Virgil's first goal against Arsenal, by the way. That is his first goal against Arsenal.
Yeah, but I reckon, bro, for the 2 goals we let in, I just believe he could have helped Robertson out on the first one, and on the second one, he needed to get ahead on that delivery, I think I'm not blaming him for them 2 goals, but I think he could have done something about them 2 situations.
I didn't think the first he was at fault, really.
No, but he should have realised that Robertson, if Saka was on his own there, he should have just said, you know what, I'll shift myself across.
Robbo would deal with it, didn't he? He assumed Robbo would deal with it, and that cost us. But I didn't necessarily.
He wasn't dealing with it for a long time, no.
Yeah. I didn't necessarily think that was anything to do with Virgil's fault. Like, it was just Robbo. That's on Robbo, that one, not him.
Yeah, Robbo's body shape wasn't right for that goal. Like when he came across, he was too thin.
I mean, like, I just see that you guys have him. I understand. He had 6 clearances, 1 interception, 1 tackle, 95 touches, 87% for his passing. Had 1 key pass. Was 4 out of 9 for his long balls, 2 out of 3 for his ground duels, 5 out of 8 for his aerial duels. Minute 1 foul, lost the ball 11 times. I know Brian likes that stat. Fouls, 1 foul, was fouled once, gave up 1 foul. Had 1 shot on target, obviously, and everything else was that. But he had the goal. He did have the goal.
Yeah, the goal sorted out his rating. For me, I'll give him a 65. Actually, I'll give him a 60. I'll give him a 60.
How many? I'm just looking. I'm wondering how many points people give for a goal. I was just wondering because I see some low scores still.
10 apparently, because someone gave him 55. Someone else might have scored it. You never know. I'd give him 40.
Only 3 goals all season, and all of a sudden we conceded 2. in one game.
Yeah.
That's why it's low. We've only conceded 3 goals all season, and all of a sudden we've conceded 2 in one game. So I've given a low score for that reason.
Yep.
No, I mean everybody's rating is their own. So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
but I
Everyone's
give him
ratings are wrong.
40.
I'm not. I was just asking a question. Just
No, I
asking.
give him 40.
It's been
If
brilliant
you want,
this week, but it
if
wasn't
eventually Lee,
so
I want Lee. I just say I'll just give him a 40 because we've done him now. So I fought for both goals to a degree. Could have been sent off in the first 5 minutes in a huge game.
Yeah.
Never settled down. Never looked like that Robertson thing was going on. That Robertson thing was going on for about 5 minutes. By the time the first contact was made to the time that was not a one. He didn't just spin Robbo once and he was off. That was going on for ages. Obviously not 5 minutes, but no, I thought that was like we talk about him all the time. Getting he
his
got
best
the
game.
goal, but
Like
we
his
give him
best game
8
for
out
us
of
this
10 every
season.
week. Yeah, we give him 8 out of 10 every week, saying typical Virgil, unbelievable, brilliant, all the usual stuff. So I thought yesterday was the least composed and the least Virgil like I've seen him in a long time. And even with the goal, I'm still giving him 40 because I still can't get over that lack of discipline at the beginning from a captain in a huge game like that, regardless of what. He's 33 now. You've heard it all and you've been through it all. He didn't help Bravo out enough. The offside thing, anybody can get caught with that, but maybe he could have dealt with it better. So yeah, no, I think it was a poor game from him. It's the least impressed I've been with him in a long time. So it's a 40.
Okay. JK?
I just give him a 50, bro. I said 60. I'll give him a 50. I just think that was probably his worst game of the season. He got a goal, but
Easily.
other than that, yeah, he weren't great. But Virgil, why not? Like at the end of the day, he's played great every game. He's gonna have a poor game. So we got it in a game where we were away to Arsenal. Could have been risky doing it, but we got a 2-2 and he scored a goal. So that them two sort of mistakes or lack of know-how in them two sort of situations where we let the goals in, that one goal he got for us sort of half that. So,
by the way,
yeah,
Brian, no one else is scoring that goal.
Nobody else on the planet. Okay, sorry.
No one else. No one else in. Oh, come on, man. Semantics with you sometimes. Just
no, but you're saying nobody else could. No, I'm just saying
no one else in that position in that particular circumstance.
Scored a set piece against them because
Ibu and Darwin are both not even in position to score.
Okay.
The only player that is in that spot to score is
exactly. Yeah, now that is semantics. The only person who was there in that exact moment. I'm just saying, if he hadn't scored in the goal, I just in a throwaway comment said someone else might have scored. I didn't mean
no.
Could have scored that header because he was on because he was on the end of the pass. Yes, I understand you, but I just I didn't mean someone else could have headed that pass in.
Well,
I just said maybe. No, that's not what I just said. I just said in a throwaway comment said we might have got another goal. I'm just saying.
You're saying in another goal. I got you. I talked.
I was in no way would I say that. That's what I thought somebody else could have got. Obviously, he was the one who headed it, so obviously he was the only one.
I'm not saying that, obviously, man. I'm trying to get across is that.
I just wanted to give but I just want to be able to give my rating and say that's my rating. I'm not going to.
I'm trying to say that for those out there that said that this was like just not any other goal. Like if he wasn't in that. Brian, let me talk.
Yeah.
If he was not in that spot, we wouldn't have gotten that goal. He was positioned well. It's something that he commented on about that goal. He says that it's something they worked on. It's something that they knew that they were suspect on, and they capitalized off it. He particularly said that about that goal and about this procedure. That's all I wanted to get across. Okay.
Yeah, and all I was trying to get across is that there could have been a different passage of play where we would have scored. I'm not saying someone else could have scored that goal from that move. That's all I'm saying. So that's the hypothetical. Like if Gomez started, Saka never would have scored. Hypothetical.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. I was telling you, watch out. Roger might come and get you. Looks like he's coming to get you right now. Just
If you can't take a 4, if I'm not allowed to give a 4, then I'll give 50s to keep people happy.
no, you give your score. I didn't say that. I'm allowed to like definitely, verbalize a point. That's all. I just think the goal was more important than some people have given it credit for. That's all. That brought us back in a game that we weren't controlling in the very beginning, and a game that could have spiraled out of control if they were continued to put us on the back foot and not get that equalizer. I think that it's a big difference. If we go into halftime 2-0 game, it's a big difference. If we don't, I know it end up being 2-1, which is a difference is in itself. We should have gone in. We shouldn't have probably gotten that, and that particular let up that goal at the very end of the first half.
It was an easily forgettable Liverpool performance, but at the end of the season, it might be important that we didn't lose there. This could be a really important result at the end of the season. You never know what's going to happen in the title race. I mean, we assume City just win it, but
we'll have to drop it down to. I know that everyone had a lot of 50s. Brian's 40. I think Brian's only 40, but there's 55 from Hylor, 55 from Nalante, 68 from Red Armchair Supporter. Red for Life gave him a 65, 70 from Trigger. Bonkers gave him an 80. Philip gave him a 75. Kama gave him a 75. But you guys gave him pretty low scores, so we're going to have to. This seems weird giving him a 60. I guess is what we'll have to probably settle on. Let's give him 55. I think there's only 155. Mostly 60s in there, so I'll just give him 60. All right. Callum gave him 65. Comma gave him 75. I got you guys. I got you. I definitely put in your scores and I noted them and I averaged them as best I could to figure out a middle ground for that for Trent for Virgil. Speaking of, that's I believe who I have next on here. Or no, I have Ibu next. So next on the list, Ibu.
6.5.
Put it over there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
6.5. Okay.
Yeah. But for me, he was the best out of the defenders.
Mm-hmm.
Out of the 4, he was the best out of them. So I'm going to give him a 70. I think he played really well.
Okay. 85 from Kama. 85 from Callum. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, you're here. You're here.
Sorry. Are you asking me to do a rating?
Yes, you're up. JK just gave his.
Oh, Ibu. Right.
Ibu.
What did he do? Not a lot.
He didn't. He had one. He had a. I think everyone's
55.
rating him highly because of what he did against Martinelli in that one play there.
55.
Okay. All right.
Seeding 2 goals, mate, and we've been giving them 8s and above 8s for weeks and weeks. So it's time that they get some really low scores and like the defense.
This is not going to be an easy ratings, guys.
Fullbacks included. Fullbacks included.
55 from Brian. You gave him what? You gave him an 80. What'd you give him, JK?
7, wasn't it?
I think it was.
Well,
what did you give him? What did you give him, Lee?
5, I said.
75?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
6.5 for me.
65. Okay, so 65, 55.
Yeah.
I thought JK said 80 something. Maybe I'll wait till he comes back to give us confirmation. So 55, 65. Kama gave him a 75. Callum gave him a 65. Oh no, I'm sorry. I think that's for VBD. Kama gave him an 85. Callum gave him 85. Nalante gave him a 66. Bernie a 78. Tyler an 80. 77 from Cedric. 85 from Trigger TV. 82 from Red Armchair Supporter. Yeah, this is not gonna be easy. All right. All right. It's a few 80s, few 70s, few 60s, the 55. I had him at 75 originally, but he's not getting that. What number are we looking like here with all those numbers? And that's a lot of different numbers. A lot of people saw this. Yeah.
I think he, on average, got more than VVD did. And VVD ended up on a 60. So he has to probably get more than VVD did.
I'd probably give him a 65, probably be then. Because he got a 6, because VVD got a 60.
No, not from anything to do with what I feel about him, just by looking at the numbers, and he definitely got more than VVD did. So VVD ended up on a 60. So, you know, I'm not expecting
75. Callum saying 80 minimum. Makama saying. Oh wow, he was his man of the match. I got you, Makama.
Definitely don't blame him for the Sakago. No way.
No
way.
No.
Not his side of the pitch.
I think it was for once it was a lot of the action was happening on the left side of the pitch for once, as opposed to the right side.
That Arsenal goal disallowed at the end showed what a bad day the defence had. That was just like the final word on how crap we were in defence at the Emirates compared to our usual high standards.
Well, there again, high standards. We move on to Robbo. I'm sure people are going to have some choice words, maybe, but also some very, very not flattering results or ratings for Robbo.
What, my man of the match? My man of the match, Robbo.
I have to say, before the mark, Robbo, who's been like such a great player and so consistent, but I'm giving him a 3.7.
Wow, 37. Robbo, an easy 10. Jeez.
It's down on the ground.
Yeah, but you see, what Nalante hasn't expected. See, 10 in Scotland is actually 2. So they look at numbers differently up there. They're very negative. So 10 is just really just 2 to them.
Robbo played 63 minutes, 2 clearances, 1 tackle, only dribbled past twice. Despite everyone, obviously the 2 that he was drilled past, unfortunately, were end up being definitely
like
not
he was trying to run in water sometimes, like he was wading through water. He just looked, he looked bad. He looked out of shape after the
35
goal.
touches. 35 touches, 16 out of 22, 73% for his passing. Was unable to connect on his 3 crosses. Was 2 out of 4 for the long balls, 2 out of 4 for his ground duels, 1 out of 2 for his aerial duels, lost the ball 9 times, was fouled once, and that's it for his stats.
Retire from internationals, I say, Andy.
That would help.
That would immensely help.
It's help with Virgil. I don't want that with Virgil.
That would immensely help.
JK, what are you thinking, Robbo?
JK Robbo. He's on mute, but Lee, what was your? So you gave him a 10, right?
3.7.
Oh, no, you gave him a 3.5. My fault. That was Nolate. I gave him a 10. Brian, what were you going to give him, Brian?
Lee's giving a 37. By the way, not a 35.
Right. Or 37. Okay.
Yeah. Is JK back, or just don't want to steal his thunder if he's
no,
back?
Yeah, go ahead. When he goes, okay, he's off now. So JK, what was your rating for Robbo?
Oh, for me, him and Virgil had probably one of the worst games all season. So I'm going to give him about 45. 40, I'll give him a 40. I think, I don't know if in that 5-10 minute spell where he was just getting battered, I just feel like he should use his experience to sort that situation out, I think Diaz could have helped him out a little bit as well, where they sort of tag teamed against Saka, But for me, it wasn't great, Robertson. Probably the worst game he's had all season, so 40 is okay.
Okay.
I wondered if it was him at times, or it was some imposter. I'm only joking.
I know. Attacking the body snatchers. I got you. What was your rating for Robbo, Irishman?
Yeah. you know, it ain't good, is it? Like these are JK said, worst game all season.
Mhm.
I think you could expand that out a little bit, JK. Like we've been pretty good this year. I mean, that's Robbo's, and that's probably the worst I've seen VVD play in quite some time, not just this season, and definitely the same with Robbo. Even you didn't even need the stats. He just got like as Gary Neville said at one point, and Gary Neville rarely brings out this word, and he especially against fullbacks that he respects, and he massively respects Robertson, by the way. And he said Saka absolutely just ragdolled him, and he did at one point. He which ragdolling he dragged him across the pitch behind him. One time he came down, he just took Robbo on a walk across the pitch, and Robbo was just falling over and ended up on the ground. I mean, the kid destroyed him. Like I was saying, was it his Gary Neville moment? I don't think it is. And his Gary Neville moment, I think he was like 35 or something, and he was playing some random game against Wigan or something, some crappy little team. And at half time, he said, I knew I was done because he said he was roasted by their winger or whatever. I don't think it was quite that bad for Robbo, but it was up there in terms of like, yeah, I'll come on to it with Diaz. He did need help that he didn't get, but he was made to look like what a lot of people are talking about now. Giving up international football, maybe take a bit of a break here and there. It was without a doubt, it was not a good day.
The Robbo that we know and love.
No, it was not a good day for him. It was not a good day for Robbo. So I will round it up, and I would give what everybody else has pretty much given. I would give him a 35.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think Robbo was a case where Robbo was a particularly bad case of trusting a player that you normally can put the trust in. I think that like what you do see is that we all speak about how Konate has to sometimes help, quote unquote, Trent out with his duties on the right side. But Virgil tends to have confidence that Robbo can handle himself, and we've seen Robbo be able to handle himself more times than not, without having Virgil get too sucked into, getting into the fray. But this time, unfortunately, that gamble did not pay off. And
it would help us with both Virgil and Robbo besides for internationals, but you just know that neither of them are going to. Virgil's going to have his eye on the next World Cup and staying in the Holland team for that, and Robbo's going to want to be playing for Scotland still. Robbo,
I think we're too close. Yeah, we're too close to. As much as we might be saying that, Lee, maybe it's a good time to maybe take a little bit of a break from international play. It's just too close to another World Cup that I think for knowing that this will be his last World Cup most likely.
And I don't blame them. I wouldn't do it if I was them. I'd stay playing as long as I could international too, but it would help us.
I hope Nalante isn't talking about me. Arlie, we gave him 30s, low 30s. I think we gave him the same as Nalante did.
Yeah.
Nalante saying the guys have been way too positive or being very generous about maybe something.
I was generous. I think I wasn't that. I definitely was generous with my score. I think I gave him a 60. Yeah.
Yeah, JK gave him 40, I think, didn't he? I gave him 35. We gave him 35. A lot of chat for 40s and stuff like that. So
yeah, there was 10s, 30s, 25. Who else gave him a score here? A lot of bad scores for Robbo. I get it.
Oh, you got toasted up, but look, it's going to happen to somebody. Like somebody said it yesterday, and I'm glad they did, because I was listening to people slag Robbo off for about a half an hour before one person actually was the first to stand up and go, "Hey, look, Saka's pretty good,
Yeah,
like Saka is pretty fucking good.
Yeah,
like, he didn't get done up like that by some no mark from fucking Bournemouth. He got done up by one of the best wingers in the Premier League.
Exactly. And I said that he only got drilled past twice. I know that once was enough, but I mean,
no, it was an awful day. Look, it was an awful look. If I was Robbo, I'm sitting there going, I had a shocker today. I had a shocker. But it took a half an hour before at least one Liverpool fan was able to put their head up and go, can we also just mention the fact that Saka is Like he isn't getting
It's not
this done to him by some
You
moron.
say he was injured. We all knew.
Division.
How many games has he missed before?
What would
game?
Saka cost you tomorrow? 150 million? You know, he's getting done up by a 150 million player. Like, at least let's say it out loud, you know, not as an excuse, but you know, it was like some streams will never ever mention the fact that there's another team in the game. It's like, oh, no, we were absolutely awful. We were playing against freaking Messi and against fucking, you know, these. Oh, yeah, but we were bad in defense.
Right.
Sometimes you're playing against top players and they will cook, as they say, you know, anybody on their day. But Robbo got done up particularly badly yesterday, no doubt about it, or on Sunday. You know, he will not be looking. He will not be keeping that DVD in his collection, no doubt about it. So yeah, we move, as I say. Hopefully, he'll get a day off, and he'll be thinking, at least I don't have to face Saka again for a while. You know.
See, Palace finally got their first win against Spurs. Not a bad result for Palace, though. Needed that, didn't he? What's his name? The old Frankfurt manager. What's his name now? Palace's manager.
Oh, Glasner.
Glasner, that's it, Glasner.
Yeah.
That was the first win, wasn't it, against Spurs of the season. And it's not
1-0,
but it's become
1-0
for them, wasn't it?
Very hard to stop. It's not that difficult to beat Spurs, but it's not easy to stop them scoring. So for them to lose a game and not score against a team like Palace is, ugh. Spurs have had some horrible, but imagine going to Palace and losing 1-0. That's sticking a crow like nothing else.
I remember us beating them 9-0 Palace years ago.
Well, let's move on to Trent. Let's move on to Trent before we get too wrapped up with some of these other teams here. Get back to
the main thing, Palace was knocking us out of the FA Cup that Fergie went on and won it in 1990, that 4-3, when we conceded all them awful goals. Pardew was part of Palace's team on it, and we just went off a cliff then after that season. And that's the.
What did you think about Trent? Let's go with JK first this time.
JK.
What did you think about Trent's performance yesterday?
Sunday, sorry. we keep saying yesterday. We keep thinking it's Monday today.
Yeah, that's because I'm used to.
Sorry, I did that a second ago as well.
If the clock's going back and forward, is really. Trent, I think he played okay. He worked. He was probably him and Kanate probably the best out of the lot. You know what it is? What I like about Trent is when he's sort of in the game, he can make things happen. You know, I think if Trent had the ball when Endo had the ball at the end of the game where he could put through Darwin, I think if Trent was in that position, something could happen there. But I just feel like Trent played okay, so I'll give him a 65.
Okay. Lee, what was your spot on Trent?
I'll give him a 5.1. 5.1 is what I give him.
5.1, so 51. I got you. Okay. How about for you, Brian?
I suppose the best. I didn't really notice Trent in the game that much. Is all I can really say about him. He didn't. I didn't really. Yeah, he didn't really stand out. He didn't. Yeah, I don't know. I suppose Trent's a weird one actually. Yeah, like Bernie's saying, like the ball at the end, like that move at the end. Yes, I just give it a 60. Yeah, that's weird one actually. Yeah, Trent, I kind of very little feeling on it, so I just give it a 60.
Trent got 55. I agree, Hi Lauren. By the way, you know I'm a big Trent fan, but I think this was Trent's worst game this season so far.
Very well. That's the third player we've said that about now already.
He's part
Yeah.
of the defence, and we conceded 2 goals after only conceding 3 all season.
Yeah,
long.
no. Actually, yeah, I'm falling into my trap of like I didn't give VVD the credit that other people did for the goal because I thought he had so many mistakes in defence that it kind of almost cancelled it out. So I'm not going to give Trent too much just for one pass. So I'll take that. Yeah, I'll bring it from a 60 to a 55, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was your score, Lee?
51.
Okay.
51. Me age, 51.
Okay.
Don't give too much away.
Yeah, don't give too much away. I'm going to drop down this 7 to a 55. I think it's more likely. I thought that Trent is showing. I think Trent is such a phenomenal player that he'll have that one moment of brilliance. It's a point where like you want him on the pitch because you might get that one moment of brilliance is the one moment that you'll get that goal from, or you'll get something creative from it, whether it's directly related to it or not. Obviously, he was the corner taker for the Lucho flick on to Virgil van Dijk. He was also the passer to Darwin that eventually ended up being the goal for Salah. But his passing was very, very poor. He was 34 out of 48, 71%. I know he is well warranted or has the license to try passes from pretty much anywhere on the pitch, and you just kind of go with it. He had 66 touches yesterday too, but was 4 out of 14 for the long balls and 3 out of 7 for crosses. Didn't win any of his ground duels, didn't win any of his aerial duels. It was something where it was just something. It seemed like that last piston wasn't firing in the engine for some reason for Trent yesterday. And if you look at it, like I said, I watched the game over. If you do look at it, it was something I noticed during the game, but I particularly made note of it the second time I watched it over, is that he didn't have the same velocity on his passes. He wasn't able to get a lot of the crosses that he would normally make weren't exactly landing. There's a couple that just puttered through the midfield, and then Arsenal was able to get through and take it over. So I'm willing to give him a 55 as well with you guys.
I think this gives him an out, by the way, but that's something else to talk about later.
Okay. For Macca, Brian, you want to go first this time?
I'm not going to be overly critical, excuse me, sorry, on the midfield because Arsenal did a job on us there. They did a proper job, especially in the first half. Outnumbered, yeah, that was a tactical job. I think the midfield was basically nullified to a degree. So it's it is hard to overly
wow.
Yeah, hard call. Throw numbers in there, Pops. Throw a few numbers in there if you want. So it's difficult to know with Mac, but again, involved a lot in terms of getting stuck in and getting kicked and getting fouled and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So with all of them, I'm probably going to give because yeah, I don't know. I'll give Mac a 58.
Okay.
A 58, but a lot of it is because we kind of lost the tactical midfield battle for a long time, just in as much as the players were poor or whatever. I just think, but yeah, they were being outnumbered. It was some good stuff, but yeah, they're still not brilliant, But again, I'm getting a little bit worried about how if I don't have my eye on the game and I see someone getting clattered in a challenge out the corner of my eye, now I'm almost just expecting it to be McAllister. And more often than not, it is. He just has this habit of always being the first guy to get a kick or get knocked because he's in the the way all the time. He's in the mix all the time. So,
oh, okay. Bad foul on Saka. It was a necessary foul though, but it was a bad foul all the same. Got a yellow card on that one. 2 out of 5 for his ground duels, 0 for 1 for his aerial duels. Lost the ball 6 times. Foul. Committed 2 fouls. Was fouled once. Had 1 clearance, 1 tackle. Had 1 key pass. 27 touches. Wasn't really involved in this game.
oh, that's a 27. That's
pretty shocking considering he's one of our maestros.
No, the Pops said exactly the word I used there. He's bypassed. It looked like the game just not involved.
Yep. Had a shot on target. I'm trying to remember what the shot was. That was a header on target. In that late. Oh, it was a decent header, but it was like right at him. Actually, I do remember that. In the 49th minute of extra time in the first half. All right. Had him at 66. Looks like I'm dropping him to at least 50. What do we have? I'm trying to think of what I have.
JK, did you do McAllister? Do you rate McAllister? I don't think JK rate McAllister.
No. What'd you rate for McAllister, JK?
Our lead didn't even. I did. I went first there.
You went first, right? Yes, true. What was your rating, Lee? Well, we're gonna wait for JK.
I'll give him 54.
54. Okay.
Yeah.
What was your rating, JK? And we'll allow JK to come back to it if he wants, and just so he can have his rating on record.
Don't forget, Pops, put your ratings in the chat.
Yeah, it looks like mostly 50s for Maka. Overrun in the center booked for hauling down Saka and generally looked off the pace as Arsenal swarmed Liverpool. Yeah, I think it has to do, and this isn't necessarily a knock against Curtis, but I think it has to do with the way that the midfield works differently when Curtis is involved with the midfield, the way it is. So it works a little bit differently. So he unfortunately has to do different things than normally when Dom is involved in the midfield. I think personally, you could see a slight difference in the midfield when Dom came on than when Curtis was on in the midfield. But that's not saying that I'm like against Curtis or something like that. Gravenberg. Let's get to Gravenberg's rating. What would you say for Gravenberg? As for once again, this is a game that a lot of our players just, didn't necessarily show up the way that we're used to seeing them show up. Gravenberg, again, our midfield did not look as menacing as they normally do. But again, it was a different, the way that Arsenal set up and the way that we were kind of maneuvering our setup to counter them didn't really present that many opportunities for some of these players. He had 66 touches, though. He did have 66 touches, a lot of touches.
Like, he was the best out of the midfielders, Gravenberch. I think he played okay. He wasn't so bad. He wasn't doing what he normally does. But I reckon he was, the best out of the midfield. So I'm going to give him a 60.
I'll give
65. I'll give him a 65. Yeah.
I'll give him 62. It was a tough day in the office, but yeah, 62 I'll give him.
Okay. Brian?
Didn't really get involved at all, did he? In the way that he normally does.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of touches, probably, yeah. But then he wasn't able to knit it together really. But like I said, that I'm not going to be too heavy on the midfield because that was where Arteta's tactics were kind of focused and all of that. Mm-hmm. So that's fair enough that they didn't look amazing because they didn't have, the space or whatever. But he wouldn't have stood out in that game particularly. but didn't have his best game again. So again, like trying kind of a funny one. He definitely kind of did his job, but didn't get to show the flashes that he has. Didn't get to show the chance to show and do the extra bits, you know. But I think that was mainly down to the way that the game was being set up. And like Havertz and Trossard, like they were showing it in the game. They weren't even going near our centre halves. They were dropping into midfield.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so we had a lot of people to try and deal with. So I'm not going to be too harsh on them there because I'm not really good enough to be able to pick apart why this happened and why that didn't happen. So I just call it an average one and say he looked like about a 60 to me. But he didn't let himself down in any way. You know, he didn't make any mistakes or didn't, he wasn't sloppy or lazy. So definitely more than par, but didn't get the opportunity to show, what we've seen him do, passing and getting forward and turning and beating people. Didn't get much of that.
Okay. So what was your score?
60, yeah.
60?
I said 60. I'll stick with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll stick.
Stick with it? Okay. So I didn't know if you were talking yourself out of giving them a...
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you know what I'm like. If you leave me go, I'll keep talking. So it's 60.
Looks like it's mostly 60s in the panel, or excuse me, in the chat. 65. Grav got 65 from Bernie, 65 from KJ, 60 from Monte, 65 from Cedric.
Seems about standard then.
69, but I'm getting 65. Oops. 65 seems fair. Speaking of Curtis Jones, I'll let one of his biggest fans, JK, go first on this one. JK. Just joke. That's a joke. It's only a joke.
That's cool, bro. For me, Curtis, it was a game for him to step up. I don't think he was great, really. Not really getting involved in the game as much. I'm gonna give him a 50.
Okay. Lee?
Give him a 4.9. 49.
49. Okay. Brian?
Yeah, low too. Fluffed it a bit, didn't he?
Yeah.
Great shout against Chelsea. Okay, I'm your man now. Look at me. Dropping Dom. Okay, big shout. Curtis gets the nod. Wow, big game. Big shout. Fluffed the audition. I thought failed it big time. I didn't like it at all. 40.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Let's see if anyone put any scores for Curtis. So far, no scores for Cujo in the chat. I don't think they're going to be any different, massively different from what was just said on the panel, to tell you the truth. And 65, but I'll be dropping him down to, I guess, a 56. Oh, wow. 56.
35, Curtis, 55 and Pops.
That's harsh.
Another 55. They're coming in now. 58.
They're coming in hot. I know. They're coming in fast and furious right now.
Oh, I think you might have
This game could have and should have been Curtis's opportunity to make something of a definitive shout that he deserves to play in the starting lineup. Unfortunately, he did not do so in this game. I'm not saying that's necessarily completely his fault, because we got to recognize the fact that we're dealing with a quote unquote title contending team at their ground. So we expect a hard fought fight, but yeah. Cujo 56. Okay, I'll stick with the 56. Mohamed Salah. What are we doing? How are we saying? So he got the equalizer, and easily our best and maybe even our sole like a run of play or phases of play of being in this game where we looked like we actually looked like something worth talking about, and that was obviously the pass from Trent to Darwin. Again, there's this interesting takes that people do on players. You can tell that some players, they don't like them. They'll, even in their moments of good play, they will still take their shots. But I thought Salah did well yesterday. He did decent yesterday. I won't say well. He did decent yesterday. Got the goal that
Wasn't
matters.
happy with Lucho.
Oh, he wasn't happy with Lucho. Yeah. Bonkers, I'm at 75. 45 from Max. Cedric gave him a 70. I agree, KJ. Slot's gonna get his chance to get rated as well. I don't think Slot's rating is gonna be that great.
I got two big ones, 70, a 75 and a 45. Okay.
That's two people. That's two people that saw two different games, certainly. Salah 65. Mo got a 70 from Bernie. That 65 was from KJ. He was our best attacker. Okay. Had a couple of chances to he should have he did well to make up for the play that I'm about to bring up. But on that missed touch, because I think it was Moreno, didn't he mistouch the ball? Like he should have trapped it, but he didn't get a good trap on the ball. And it went wide. It went wide. Salah ran up on it. Could choose either foot to shoot with. Chose his more dominant foot, the left foot. It was I don't know why he didn't try to go maybe for the far corner, but he went for the near post. The shot kind of like unfortunately went wide and high. That was unfortunate, but I was hoping he would have at least given a better shot there. That was something that he could have possibly taken advantage of. And if he doesn't take a shot, then maybe take a tap to go in to take one more tap into the box, because he had plenty of room to do so, and then make a more valued shot from there. But he didn't. But all the same, he did get it. He did make up for it with that great. I called it a wise decision. Football IQ, a very wise decision of him, knowing where the channel was and filling the channel and being able to slot it home very easily.
He was interested in the ball at first, wasn't he? And then he noticed that he could get away, like and be played in. But in keeping with the low scores for the rest of the team, I'm going to give it a low score, because it was a subdued performance from everybody, really, wasn't it? I'm going to go. I could give him a 5.2.
Okay, 52 for Salah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. JK, I see you're not on mute, so I'll ask you the next question.
He got us I just feel like he got us the point. So for me, 70, because he got us that point.
70, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Irishman? Guys, panel in the chat are not making this easy for me to
similar to what Lee is saying, that even our best player yesterday was only so good. Mo is becoming that kind of player where he's just clutch, it's just he's that guy all the time, every game. That will come up with he comes up with something to help us, or to win us a game, but he does do something almost every game, either a goal or assist. So, but like everyone is saying, it was still, he didn't do how can it be an 80? How can it be a 90? Just it was just a poor game.
No, yeah, I wouldn't have gone.
So he was, I just think we should look at that thing with Diaz again, because that's funny. It's been a while since I've seen someone have enough time to give out to somebody mid pass. It was just very funny the way, and then eventually hit it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Salah's another weird one. Just give it a 60, I suppose. Make it a 60.
Okay. 60. This packet passing was shocking. He drops a stinker, but scores. That's what he does. Yeah, he definitely does. 70. A point versus a crippled Arsenal team. Everyone is saying Arsenal is Stoke City, but we didn't turn up. We turned up as Sunderland, Max is saying. I think the reason why we're saying it's because earlier in the broadcast, Max, we were commenting, at least I was, saying about the fact that I get the narrative that the media played on this game. I get that they definitely made it seem like Arsenal were a wounded, were the wounded animal going into this matchup. But, let's be honest, Saka played. Timber played. They did their dark arts styles of like going down every opportunity they could, whether it was Partey, whether it was Timber, whether it was Gabriel. They went down at Marino. They were on the pitch sometimes. It seemed more than they were on the pitch more than they were standing on the pitch at times. It seemed like, but I don't think that they were as vulnerable.
That's the one I hate more than most, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
That thing that they do where we're talking about dark arts, we go, what is it? Okay, look, niggly fouls and bits and pieces. The one that I hate the most, and they're using goalkeepers to do it, is like if a team is playing well against them, they just start like falling down to stop the momentum of the game.
Yeah.
And it's really freaking obvious what they're doing. It's just like, that to me really gets at me. That one, it's like, okay, look, dark arts. Oh, like a little bit of strong arm, niggly foul here and there, that kind of thing. But that thing where, they have the ball. Oh, drop. They're playing well. Oh, go down injured for 2 minutes. So we stop the game for 2 minutes. Yep. I cannot stand that shit. Yep. I hate that stuff, man.
Yeah,
that's anti-football as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
That is absolutely anti-football.
Agreed. They do it, and a lot of teams did it against Klopp's team during the Klopp era. A lot of teams did that to us, and even with a game where we're trying to do this more controlled possession-based system of attack, teams are doing it again to us. Because not many teams are coming out on this. Not many teams are playing us in high blocks anymore. Not many teams are playing us where they don't try to manipulate the flow of the game with those kind of tactics. So, whoops. I gave him a 77, but you guys gave him way too low for me to keep him at a 77. So I will give him a 60.
Chat was a lot harsher on him than we were.
I mean,
chat was pretty low on him, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, like, to be honest with you, Salah had a decent game. He had a pretty decent game. He had 46 touches, 83% for his passing at one key pass, but 0 for 5 for his crosses. He had 2 shots on target, 1 off target. The 1 off target should have been on target. 3 out of 6 for his ground duels, was 2 out of 3 for his dribble attempts. Was dribble past 0 times, but lost the ball 14 times and was fouled once. Those are his stats. But I am a man of the people, so we will say a 67. Drop it down. did get the game equalizer. Keep in mind. How about this guy right here, Darweezy? His score is not going to be affected by Marion's tally today because I don't think Marion's in the chat, but she is. I hope that she's doing well, of course. So, but we will not be getting 100 in there to affect the score.
Yeah, no Loverboy scores, please.
Yeah. So, what is it that we saw for Darwin? Some people were very critical of Darwin. I know. I remember because once
he was one of our better players in a poor performance. He was one of the players who come out of it with a bit of credit for me.
I thought the energy was there. I thought that, it looks like he's starting to understand what he needs to do to stay in this team or stay with it for what Slot wants. But what's very interesting about this, and then we'll get into the rating of him, was that I know people are very critical of Darwin and the likes. He had no shots yesterday. No shots. But that's simply because he had 28 touches. 28 touches. And obviously had the one key pass. He had the assist, obviously. Was active, but was average when it comes to ground duels. 4 out of 10, 1 out of 5 for aerial duels. Lost about 8 times, was fouled, committed 4 fouls, was fouled once, had a tackle, but was successful in his dribble attempts. 2 out of 2 for his dribble attempts, was tracking back a lot. I know that Brian laughed when I said the whole what red men were calling him and evens and the likes, but with the Bobby 2.0. But I mean, he is getting asked to do a lot of things that we see or we're come accustomed to seeing from Bobby, in that it wasn't so much that we were expecting Bobby to get a bunch of shots off. We were expecting him to help out when it comes to tracking back. Not often do you expect your striker to be a person that tracks back and actually commits to defense, but we've seen a bunch of that from Darwin, and then he has the ability and pace to get back into.
Yeah, I'm going to give him a good mark. Compared to the others that have given other players, I'll give him 68.
Okay, 68. That's a pretty decent score.
Highest mark I give so far was Callagher getting a 7. Apart from that, they're all like really low.
See, that's the thing, Nalante. I don't know. He's saying, for instance, and I'll bring up a comment. I'll bring up all your comments here real quick about Darwin. He was tracking back too much at times. We had no target up front. A couple of times that he tracked back, I'll admit that he got away with possibly a foul on Saka on that one attempt where he did track back and he ended up helping out and taking Saka out of the play. That could have been a foul. Possibly should have been a foul, but it wasn't called as such. There was comments saying a striker needs service. When he got a chance, he assisted. Exactly my point. Like us, there weren't that many opportunities that he got in the that it wasn't him either trying to carry the ball forward and try to make something, or with him being in a position but just not giving the pass. Let's be honest. Endo should have given that pass in the second half. He should have, but he didn't. And I think that was from coaching, or Endo knowing he's getting bare minimum minutes already. The last thing he's going to do is go off script from what he was probably told by the coach, which is go in there, lock it down, control it, nothing crazy, And then there was another attempt that he could have gotten possibly a shot from, and that was there was a quick counter. Salah got the ball and got the ball back from Darwin. Darwin went into that channel to try to get into a position that he could maybe get the pass and get a shot off. And Salah's pass, unfortunately, ended up getting deflected out of bounds for, I believe, a corner kick. And that went astray. It was a good counter that looked like it could have amounted to something, and it just didn't for us. Unfortunately, they played some good defense in that exchange. but his work rate is special though. I will agree with Cedric. He was doing Lucho style work rate on a day that I don't think Lucho was doing that kind of work rate, to be honest with you. You know how I love Lucho. But what are we rating Darwin at? You said, what did you say, Lee, for Darwin again?
68.
68. Okay. JK, when you're ready, JK, just come off mute. I'll come to you. Irishman.
I believe, I think I laughed when I said they called him Bobby 2.0 because, that's anybody. I'm not saying anybody, but it's not difficult to track back and work hard. I just thought the idea of Darwin turning into a Bobby style player, a false nine, was just hilarious. That's all I thought. That's not who Darwin is. Darwin's a finisher. Well, he's a number 9. Bobby was nobody is Bobby. That's what it said. Stop trying to replace Bobby. Bobby was one of the most one-off footballers of all time. I mean, it's just like, how do you replace that guy? It's just weird to say Bobby 2.0. I get the point they were making in terms of the work rate and all that, but that wasn't going to be a game for Darwin when you look at what they did, because it was just all about blocking up the middle and being super tactical and all of that stuff. We were talking, will he get space to run in behind? Will he get a chance to do all that? He didn't get any time. He didn't get any opportunities to do any of that stuff, because all that was left for him to do was really to get involved in the game, because like I said, like with the midfield thing, tactically they weren't letting people play that way. He wasn't going to get chance after chance in behind. That was never going to be that kind of game. So like you said, he had no shots. Someone said earlier there, he won all his duels. Well, he didn't. You just said earlier on, he won 1 out of 5 aerial duels. So it's not an amazing game, but yeah, he's doing an awful lot of hard work to help out with the team. That's great. No one's going to criticize him for that. No one's going to overlook that. But in a game like that, I don't think it was a game for Darwin. Like we said, he didn't get. I don't like this idea that the only reason he doesn't score goals is because we don't create chances for him. I don't like that idea. I think that's too reductive, and that's not what team games are about. Is there a system issue where he doesn't get in to those positions? Perhaps. But it's not all about Liverpool sitting there and creating chances for Darwin. So yeah, I never thought yesterday was going to be a game for him, but you needed players who weren't going to be lazy, and he definitely wasn't lazy. He worked really, really hard yesterday. They probably would have had a much easier time of it in midfield if he hadn't dropped in as much and worked as hard as he did. Without a doubt, they would. So he has to get credit for all of that, definitely. But I don't think it was a game for him yesterday. There was no space in the middle. But when he got his chance, he used his head. He kept calm, passed it to the right player. So with all that being said, yeah, like the guy, probably the higher one up of so 62. I'll give him that. It's probably my best rating so far.
Okay, 62. JK.
Yep. For me, I think Darwin, the way he sort of set up Salah, he did his part of the deal, I think throughout the game, he was sort of busy. His all-rounded game is better, so hence why him not always scoring is not really a big deal for me. It's his whole round game. He tracks back, he does everything. So I'm going to give him a 65.
Okay.
Because I know he can play better.
He's going to get plenty of opportunities now, JK.
Yeah, that's what I'm happy in a way about that, because I always feel with Darwin and any striker, as soon as they know they're playing next Saturday, a midweek and stuff, it sort of sorts their head out, so they're more mentally ready to play, And I think when you're always on the borderline of playing or not playing, it sort of messes your game up.
To go off of what you're saying too is that like, what I would have given him couple, maybe a point, maybe 1 point at least extra. It was because of what a lot of people are saying in the chat too. And that is, he could have easily, gotten his head out of the game, gotten frustrated that he's not getting any attempts, really any real service with the ball. He's not getting, he could have, he's getting obviously fouled or most likely an earful from some of the Arsenal players trying to get under his skin, I'm certain. And but he did stay committed and he stayed focused, and he ended up bringing out what I thought was a phenomenal pass, by the way. I think that people are really not giving enough credit to the pass that he made. I'm looking at you, Montz, by the way, of because
phenomenal might be putting it a bit too high. You can say great.
Watch the game over, Brian.
I have okay. No, I have seen it. No, but what I will say,
that pass, the way he contorts it wasn't like he contorted his body and cut back across with a defender on him to angle the ball perfectly for an absolute tap-in for Mo Salah. That was a really going full speed to contort your body back and get across a low cross. The way he did is a phenomenal pass, because it's not easy.
I wasn't trying to argue, but I was just trying to agree with what you said. Like, the one thing about Darwin that's never ever happened, regardless of how much everything he's gone through, how many bad games he's had, how many poor patches of form he's had, he's never let his head drop. That's not something Darwin does. Darwin is like that guy that loads of other players would have gone back to Uruguay for a month or made an excuse, but Darwin's one of those guys. That's one thing you can never say about Darwin. He has never ever let his head drop from day one. He's never looked pissed off. He's never, thrown tantrums. He misses one. The next game he's happy to be. He's laughing. He's joking. 100%. That's the mentality. I think that helps a striker. Is of course I missed one. All strikers miss one, but he's never. That's the thing about Darwin. He has that thing in him where he doesn't get depressed or whatever. He never lets his head drop at all. Yeah. Oh, 100%. No, and like you were saying, those, you could have Arsenal players out there, the crowd, whatever, saying this or that. I don't think he's ever. Yeah, it's not about never giving up. There's a difference between never giving up and him never letting his head. He just always still has that kind of a smile on his face. It's not about never giving it up. It's just he has that kind of smile on it. He can just kind of laugh things off and get on with it. And that's,
That's what I like about him. I think that's why the fans love him, because he's got a right attitude in that way. You don't get mopey. Yeah. You don't get
No, it doesn't mope. He's not like who's the guy? Le Sulk, Anelka. Literally the opposite of Le Sulk. 2 games on the bench, and Anelka's agent is in the office going, "My client wants to move." Darwin is just cool. He's always there. It's bang on. That's the one thing I really admire about it. Not the one thing, but one of the things I really admire about the guy. Is that he just doesn't. It just seems he water off a duck's back to him a lot of the time, and that's what you need, because in this day and age with social media, especially, if you let that stuff get to you, it'll get you there real quick.
It can destroy you, man.
Get through it.
Look, for me,
and he's going to be our main guy. Jay, no, just quick, sorry, because he's going to be our main guy now till the end of November. He's going to get his shout. This is his time, so just go and do it, man.
Yep. 2 games he started, he got a goal and assist in both of them. So plus.
Yeah.
Look, at the end of the day, we can jump on his back.
But we're not 4 games. He's got 4 goal contributions. 4 games, 4 goal contributions. It's pretty good.
Perfect.
Pretty good.
Like, do you play? Oh no, we're going to talk about Brighton, right? Or
talk about who?
Are we going to talk about Brighton?
Oh yeah. We're gonna get into it. I'm trying to get this. I'm gonna try to. Yeah, this is our last player, and then I'm gonna try to get through it because I definitely have to end in 30 minutes. So we are gonna talk about Brighton a little bit though. Lucho, where do you want to rate for Lucho then? I know Lucho had an off game in a lot of people's minds, so I'll just show my rating. I did a 67.
Okay, I'll give him way less. I'll give him 50. I think he could have helped the left side
Mhm.
defensively a bit more. He wasn't really creating anything as well. So realistically, it was a poor game by Diaz. I was a bit sad about him and Robertson, the left side of our team. So I'm gonna give him a 50.
Okay. Ryan?
Yeah, a lot of just strange kind of BBD worst game, Robbo worst game. Diaz, where the hell were you when Rob was getting cooked up by the best right back or the best right winger in the Premier League on this day, other than Salah maybe? And it was weird why he wasn't there. So I will drop him down. I'll drop him to a 50 for a very par. Yeah, no, actually below par. Sorry, 48. I'll stop there. 48.
Lee?
Worst player on the pitch. Jesus.
Who said that? Oh, yeah, Max, I see that.
It was one of his worst games for us. So, as a direct consequence,
Becoming a bit of a team, isn't it, Lee, tonight?
Yeah.
The whole worst game for us.
He annoyed me the way he kept allowing Partey to draw him into the foul every single time. So I'm on that basis alone. I'm going to give him
this could be low,
a 28.
Oh, I knew it was going to be low. I knew it was going to be low
What'd you
when
say?
you said
28.
Yeah. Everyone knows I'm a big Lucho fan. And
Go ahead, Lee.
28.
No, go ahead, Lee. Go ahead.
But no, it was a terrible performance.
Wow.
It was poor, bro. It was poor. It was really poor.
JK?
I gave him a 50. Now I feel pretty
50 already. Yeah,
bad.
he went first.
No, I should have gave him a less mark.
Yeah.
Almost double what
Lee. Yeah, no, you're trying
almost
Yeah,
double
double.
what Lee.
C12. You said it now, JK.
He
I'd
had
stay
like-
with 50, bro.
You realize that he had he had 7. I admit he did not win a good number of his duels. He didn't. But he had 17 duels that he was involved in. That's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Actually.
That's
1 out of
his
3.
game,
He was 6. He was 6 out of 17, which is again not a good number.
Right.
But obviously very involved. Has 2 out of 5 for his dribble attempts.
It's terrible.
1 out of 3 for the aerial duels. 12 lost 12 possession 12 times. Had 5 fouls. Was fouled once. Was offside once. Had 1 interception, 3 tackles. What else he had? He obviously had the big chance created, which was the assist that he had to Virgil van Dijk. But again, some people don't want to give that credit. And
no, I know. Don't be silly.
9 out of 10 accurate passes. He only had the 32 touches again, like I said. So he had 32 touches, and he had the assist, obviously. So, all right, guys, crushed him. There's no way Lucho was bad. He was the worst player on the pitch. Jeez. But, all right. I'm trying to think. What are some of these scores actually? Hold on. Let me see. What were some
like
of the scores?
14 to me.
Like a 14?
Yeah, I reckon we rounded up to 14. No, it looks. It's looking low, man. He's looking like around.
No, 40, 30.
40s.
Leave
it at 28, 30, I'll take into account.
45.
No, I'm not having that max at all, man. Not having that at all.
The pass was good, not phenomenal. You guys are funny, dude. You guys are funny. I know some of you have played football in your lives, but that is not an easy thing to do, man.
No one's saying it's an easy. It's just the word phenomenal, I think.
It was a phenomenal pass. The fact that you can contort yourself going top.
Yeah, you told. Yeah, no,
fine, I know I got, but Brian, you gotta let me talk sometimes. I'm trying to. I'm talking to Pops. Okay, I'm just trying to talk to.
I think he was
because he's the one that said. I already want with you and your criticism of the pass or not or lack of appreciation.
It was a really no. It was a really good pass. I'm just saying I would hold back a phenomenal in my.
Oh, you know why I would say it was phenomenal,
I would
considering that
hold
we were
back
down
a
2-1.
phenomenal.
All right, so you said you got your say. Let me say my say. You
No,
got
I
why-
know you. I'm just saying to Max, there's no way Kelleher let that go through his hands. By the way, I mean, just dial that one back a bit as well. Kelleher not let it through his hands. It was a great shot.
Oh, for Kelleher? No.
Yeah,
Is that what
come
someone
on.
said? No. That was
If that was
there
your
wasn't much
hands,
that Kelleher could
going
do for
through
either of
your
those
hands,
goals that he let.
Yeah.
I do admit that Kelleher maybe could have stepped up as a goalkeeper. You might want to just sacrifice your body in that situation because you're gonna get probably a good, like, you know, the ball's going to go somewhere that you possibly don't want it to go, you know, which is like your face or other regions of your body. But again, I'm just saying, yeah, that Diaz or excuse me, the Nunes pass I thought was really, really good because he could have easily been greedy and tried to go on himself. He didn't. He's a striker, not a winger. He's a striker. Normally, everybody would have been complaining that he took a shot, but he didn't. He made the right pass. Not only was it a good pass, why I call it phenomenal is because we were down 2-1 at that point in time, and we needed a freaking goal. And if anything, that was the only passage of play the entire game that was notably worth speaking on. If you're not going to give the flick, which I thought was a phenomenal flick, which as well, I say phenomenal as in like he got in front of Havertz, who should have marked him. He didn't. He took the space, got the flick, got the Virgil van Dijk. Great play. This play, though, particular, the way you look at it, when you look at Darwin, you'll notice that he looked at the entire pitch. He wasn't just head down straight, I'm just going to go at it, okay? He looked at where the player was going and how it was developing. He cut the ball back again against him. He was going forward, full speed, and to cut it back, not directly across, on an angle back towards him because he had to cut it that way. That is a phenomenal pass. That is not an easy pass under any circumstance, especially from your striker, who is not supposed to be some phenomenal passer. So that's why I said it was a phenomenal pass.
For me, bro, what Darwin did with that pass.
I'll get off my
there was
soapbox.
Now I'm going to back you up on that. I believe what Darwin did there was the only way we were going to score that equalizer. If he didn't give him that pass the way he gave that pass, and did you see his body shape? It was like he was jittering, like he was running so fast, and all of a sudden he had to stop and make that pass, and he did it all in the right way, and boom, we saw that goal. So for me, that was a phenomenal pass, man.
Yeah. There you go. Man, now I don't feel so bad.
So there you go, Pops.
There you go, Pops.
Lucho was another poor performer.
We got two phenomenals.
See, Pops isn't giving us any ratings. Well, he's giving us a few.
He's giving us.
Lucho
He's definitely giving us.
Definitely go apart. Yeah. Diaz 30 for Nolante. Nolante, you're not calling in, no? Obviously
no, he has the link. He has the link. I'm gonna give each one of you a player to rate. Okay. And then we can go from there. I'm gonna give JK Simicast. We're in the substitute portion. I think I have Simicast up first. Hopefully I do. I have Cody. I'm sorry. You'll get Cody Hackbo.
Okay.
I'll give each one of you your own ratings. I'm not gonna weigh in. Go ahead.
Okay, Gapco. I thought what minute did he come on? Do you know offhand?
They all came. It was a triple sub. Yeah, it was a triple sub. It was 63rd minute, so plenty of time for them to do stuff.
Yeah, he was in the early.
So he had an option.
Yeah, these or the three players I'm going to ask you to rate. I'm not going to say Endo because he came in the 91st minute.
Yeah.
But but the three players was a triple sub. Was Cody, Dominic, and Simicast all got subbed in the 63rd minute.
Cody, I'll give him a 50. I think he could have done more.
Okay.
He could have done more.
50. Okay. And 50 it is.
Who you getting, Lee? Who you getting? Ooh, here we go. Drum roll.
Simicast.
What everybody wanted. What everybody was calling for.
Yeah, well, everyone was calling for this, definitely. Lee, what would you have given Simicast?
67.
Oh, okay. 67.
Which leaves me
Excuse me.
with
Which leaves you with
Dakota Bees guy.
Yep. Let me see if we can get it there. Dominic.
Dakota Bees dream prom night.
Yeah,
guy.
I know.
The one guy that if she could go out with,
She would turn him down. She'd be like, "Who's this? New number."
Oh, slamming his door in his face. Yeah.
New phone.
He's a top. He kind of glides around the pitch a lot. He glides around the pitch just down.
Are you? Yeah, you know, I don't know if you're going to go the Warnock direction with this.
Oh, the coward! Yeah, what a coward! What a coward!
What did he say? What did he say?
Oh, you missed that, didn't you? You missed it. You
Uh-huh.
called him a coward.
Warnock did.
Yeah.
Oh, you know that guy.
But
Called
no,
him a
Jake,
coward
he called him
play.
a coward
For a
for
particular
that.
play. Yeah.
That play that I was just talking about. Who fouled him? Oh Christ, Kivior. The thing that led to the goal being disallowed. Apparently he should have I don't know, Highlandered him afterwards, you know.
Yeah, he should have grown legs. You know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should have did like the Jean-Claude Van Damme and like
You know what I mean? Yeah, but he was involved in the play that led to Trent and him doing the 1-2 for Darwin to get the goal for Salah, you know. So he was involved in that move.
Yeah, he was.
Phenomenal.
He did what he had to do.
Phenomenal pass.
I think he's very good at linking up play. If you watch his game, like in tight little situations, he's great getting the ball, passing it on. I want him to be a bit more doing that, you know, with a bit more force behind it. I think he's very good technically. I reckon he's great, but I feel like he can control games more, you know, and that's what it is with him. He just needs to control games himself.
Jake, the thing I think with this guy is purely confidence. I don't quite. It's not even maybe confidence as much as he just needs a game where he scores and gets an assist, and then that sets the standard for his play, and then he continues to go on like that. He seems to come. He might do something, and then he has a game where it's not so good. He just needs to go. Do you know what, Dom? You're the man now. You know, you are the guy that's going to do us 10 goals and 10 assists, or just get into that groove of his touch coming off, his pass, his shots. He's just waiting for a run of games where it all clicks for Dom, and he finally feels, because he's got all the tools, the first touch, the shot, the physique, the defensive work rate, everything. So, but the performance yesterday just came on, did a par 50. But I'm sure like this guy will come, you know, not come good for us and be a Ballon d'Or winner and that kind of stuff. But it's just a guy we were buying. So I'll just give him 50. No, I gave 50 as a par. Yeah, as a par.
50. Okay.
Same money, did okay.
Done and done.
I'm still waiting for the best of them though. The Hungary.
Again, I didn't put Endo. Endo was a sub, but I'm not gonna. Again, 91st minute he got subbed in. That's not going to be something where you look.
But you could have played Darwin through.
Well, yeah, he's getting a lot of heat for that, isn't he, Jake?
He could have played that pass, bro. I would have loved to be him in that situation. I would have kept on running, slid it in, like hope for the best, you know. But
it's just not. It's not. I just don't think he loves a game winner. Trust me. You know, again, there's those people that were trying to bring it down.
Over there, though. No.
It was there, bro. It was last minute of the game.
See this place. There's the ball. Bang! Just pop it in.
I get it.
Keep on running yourself, bro. He made the space. He did the hard work. He had a lot of space there. He could have run himself and had a shot. I would have preferred that even. If we weren't going to play Darwin through, okay, run with the ball. Carry on. You're a footballer, bro. It's what I don't understand about sometimes. Like, have you ever seen defenders in the box sometimes? Like, it's like they've never played football before. you know. So I wish you just got the ball and carried on running with it until someone came either past it or have a go.
Yeah, boom.
That's how then he might even be
similar to
starting.
what he did against Fulham right here. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
He can do that there. Look at that goal, man. That was a great goal by him.
No, he has the ability. I know that. I mean, he's gotten some game winners
Just
for
Just
he has some game winners in Germany too.
I like that
Wow.
picture slot. It looks
What
very.
was this from? Yeah, let's go real quick. Rapid fire. Just a score for Slot. Just a score. So we all know that. I think we all have the same assessment that Slot could have done a little better. But
I'll give him a 5. 53. 5.3.
53. Okay.
Yeah.
Irishman.
60.
60. Okay. JK.
Like it was a big game away to Arsenal. It went like I don't know, say Bournemouth at home or something. So for me, getting a point at Arsenal after we were losing twice, I'm going to give him a 70. I think the defense sort of let him down, and say the midfield, the attack did their job with Darwin and Salah. But for me, I think the defense let him down. But I'll give him a 70, a point away at Arsenal. You know, we could have lost that game if Salah didn't score. So 2-2, not bad. We'll take it. It is what it is.
Okay. An international player. All the things you spoke about him doing, he should do. Oh man, it's just sometimes it's an argument that I'm just willing. At times I'll just take. I'd rather just maybe sit out on after a while. I got you, Pops. We'll next time you're on the show, we'll have a little conversation online in front of the people, of course. And
Well, we should just do it really properly, as far as I'm concerned. We
50,
should just
60,
do it properly.
70,
Just do
40,
a Darwin
50.
show, so everyone can come on and get everything off their chest, and
Yeah, get it
then
off
it
their
can go.
chest. There you go.
you know.
Good. We'll do it after he scores.
was
After he
much
scores his
better
brace
than-
against
Yeah,
Brighton
was.
this weekend. Yeah, we'll do it then. So 40, 50, 60. I know there's a 50, 60. It's like in the 50, the 60, and the 70 range, something like that for your scores. I'm just saying KJ gave him a 40. I had him at a 70. I was being polite. It was 40, 50, 60. So let's give him a 50. Right?
I think 60 is about fair.
I thought you said, what was your score? You said 70, right?
60. No,
You
I
said
said
60.
60.
And then, and then
Lee
JK,
said
you
50
said
something.
You said
Like I
50,
said.
right? Something.
No, he
50.
said 70.
5.3. Mine
Yeah,
is
you said
4.
53, 60, 53, and then JK said a 40 something.
No, JK said 70.
70. My fault.
Yeah.
I'm mixing up with KJ's score, I guess. 70. All right, we'll give him 60. Easy enough.
He did the thing that I like with the good halftime manager stuff. He was better in the second half.
Second half was a better showing. I just think though that like it'd be great if he could make those kind of if he could figure out.
Oh, I
those
get you. I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. But
You know?
if it doesn't go your way, I like at least that a guy can change it at second half.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, some guys they can't change it. I like a guy who can get him into the dressing room. I know exactly what's going wrong here, and this is what you're going to do to change it. I
Mhm.
like it. That's at least, yeah. I know what you're saying. It'd be great if you can do that from minute one.
Yeah.
But sometimes you have to deal with what's
Sometimes you
thrown
have
at you.
to. Yeah.
Some guys can't deal with what's thrown at them. I think he's shown he can. Other than the Forest one, I think he's shown that he can adapt.
He can adapt. Yeah.
We're not entirely, enamored with. And again, a huge amount of people after the game were saying, "Why the hell did we not go for the jugular there?" That was a very big talking point after the game, that it was there to be won.
No, it's difficult to win against a team.
No, but that's what I'm just saying.
In defense of
that,
what you're
that
saying.
was somebody.
No,
I'm not in defense of what I'm just saying. That was some narrative after the game. I was happy. No,
of what you're saying.
No, but I'm just saying. No, we were. I thought we were. Looking back on it now. I mean,
No, yeah, no, but your point, you made a point yesterday on the match reaction that was like spot on, and that how many times would you ever expect a Arsenal team to, in the 75th minute, be trying to dribble to the corner stick or corner flag and try to waste time in the 75th minute?
You know why, bro? Because they know they're playing Liverpool. And what it was, I think it was another team, they would have carried on sacking, non-stop. I think because it was us, that's why they were doing that.
They did the same. I think they did the same. I think they were 10 men down, so that it hurts and doesn't give them that many options. But they also did very similar things. I think even when it came to City, when they were pressing. That's
how they're going to play against the big teams, bro.
Yeah.
They want to slow down the game. They don't want you to have any motion, so they'll fall down. They'll have a cup of tea. They'll probably bring their family or whatever it is,
Ask for a biscuit or something. Yeah.
But JK, because guess why, JK? They tried to play football and it didn't work.
Right.
They tried playing football and it didn't work for them. So now they've gone, oh well, fuck it, and he's been there now.
Yeah,
he's grown up under these, but they're like, yeah, look, this works under Pep. Like it works, but you also have to have brilliant footballers too.
Yeah,
of course you do. But if you have that and you do this stuff, then it's all about, what do they call it? Marginal gains, right? It's those tiny little things that you get a free kick here, you get a throw in there. Because everybody is raving now about their set piece coach. Like everybody is jacking a circle jerk over fucking Arsenal's set piece coach. He gets
about as much time as Arteta does nowadays.
He's out on the touchline when they score from one, and everybody goes to him and cheers him like he's the manager. Yeah, exactly. This is weird shit.
A good number of their goals have come from set pieces.
Look at the way they were lining up against us, right? You'd see they're all like stood off to one side in a 4.
They do like
weird. They do.
Go through set.
You know what it's like? It's very much like a
bottom there, the armory, isn't it? Like the set pieces, they're not one of those sides that only score from set pieces that are famous throughout history.
They score the most, though. They do score.
Yeah, no, they do score a lot, and they do something. It looks very similar to like the way in American football how they set up for an onside kick. Like as in an onside kick, you don't show where players are going to go or where they're going to be at. You just like, when the kick is about to be made, that's when you make your move, and that's how you get set up. Like it's similar to that. Like as in they run into as the kick is about to be delivered. That's when they run to get their position.
The whole line moves then.
Yeah,
the whole line moves then. It is probably taken from that. I wouldn't be surprised if it is, because these guys will move over. Like these guys, they look at basketball, they look at ice hockey, they look at all these, they look at every sport and go, is there a thing in that we can apply to football?
Yeah,
because you can see, because I've never seen that. The whole line stands 10 yards of where it's going to be when the ball arrives in the box.
Yep.
And you see our line just standing there with nobody to mark.
Right.
A line of 4 Arsenal players out to the left, and then as soon as Declan Rice's legs start swinging, that whole line just moves.
Right. And then you have a split second to know who you're marking, who's going to go.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's different.
Now it ends up where it traditionally would have been anyway if it was just standing. But it's that whole idea of, hang on a minute, this is weird. What are they doing? That might just give you that half second, and then they come in as a block. Now those things are probably counterable. It works as not a gimmick, but it's a thing you can do for a while. But it is kind of different. Yeah, it's like defenders are kind of standing there. Like defenders are growing up knowing you stand on top of this guy, you mark him in the corner. They don't like marking space. So all of a sudden, these people shift in. It was very noticeable. Yeah, it was very interesting. And
is there do you think that there's a man of the match of this game? Do you think there was a man of the match
on our side, do you mean, or just like a general?
We won't go that far that any of our players were man of the match.
Yeah, I couldn't really say that.
I'm trying to think of what I just saw Pops'
Darwin.
comment.
Possibly Darwin was the best showing out of all 11 of them.
Yeah, a man of the match for the game.
Yeah, I don't, Pops. You have to get a little more clarity. I don't know what you're referencing.
He's talking about Darwin.
Yeah,
okay. Just for his his effort and that, and his general game. I thought, he did quite well.
So who would you say?
Darwin.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll give him it. Yeah.
I don't know.
Everyone else was atrocious.
Like, does he have to be from our side?
I'm not giving a freaking man of the match to you're out of your mind on that one. Yeah, I'll give it to.
So who's our best player then? Okay, who did I give my highest rating to? I gave my highest rating to Darwin. I think best of a bad bunch. I think he came in at 62.
We don't have to. I'm just asking if there was. If there wasn't, then there wasn't.
I don't really think. Oh no, we weren't. No, definitely no. I don't think so.
So I saw people give out Ibu as their man of the match earlier.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of them. Yeah.
Ibu got a couple of shouts.
Yeah. 2 more there now. Yeah.
I think someone else gave one earlier too. It was way early though. I think it might have been Red for Life. I think, or someone gave their shout to Ibu. We don't have to. I don't want to upset Pops by nominating this guy as my man of the match. Phenomenal play. I thought it was just. I mean, sometimes you can just. I don't know about going over the top. I just think of it as like sometimes you can have an extraordinary pass. You can have something that a moment of real brilliance or a moment of excellence. I thought that pass was an excellent pass. I thought that. I mean, for instance, I said it I can't say enough. Like Trent Alexander-Arnold did not have a good game, and I thought his passing was lackluster. If anything, his passing made me think he's serious. What is really wrong? What kind of knock is he playing through? That's what I was thinking when I was watching him play, because he was not connecting on passes that he normally makes blindfolded. And that's why when I was like, wow, there's something up with him. But I mean, at the one opportunity that you needed him to be phenomenal or be spectacular, guess what? He made an absolutely brilliant pass. That pass was top quality pass. And if you were to tell me, if you were to look at all the other passes that he made during that game, that one would be the jewel. That would be a true jewel amongst a couple of turds.
Nolante is saying Ibu got bullied twice. Well, it means twice. Ibu got bullied twice by Martinelli with the ball. Shake my head.
Who did?
I love. This is what happens. When people who are not the people in our chat, they're not like these people that read Twitter and make their mind up based on that. They watch the game.
Not at all. Not at all.
So Nolante is watching the game and he's saying, not for me. And then you got other people going, he's man of the match. That just shows you, like, this is the game we watch.
Yeah.
Like, we can sit there and watch the same game and you're looking at someone going, literally, did you just watch the same game as me?
Yeah.
And it's not like someone's right or someone's wrong. That's just what football does to you. Like, and that's why I think it's interesting, because if you all just sat here and go, oh, yeah, 7 out of 10. But Nolante is like, no, he is not having Ibu for man of the match anyway.
I can see.
The sound of it.
I know.
But look, again, this was a game. I don't know if this is like the best game to judge a player like Darwin Núñez or a particular player on their attacking out, because it's a game away against Arsenal, highly tactical, lots of about closing down space and being conservative and not getting beaten. So it's not the kind of game to go and judge a guy like him. Really, it's not. I'm not saying you can't judge, but it's not the best game to judge him on. And it's also not the best game to judge probably most of the players on. You know, I think the result and the ability, like someone said, to come back twice, you know, to change it at half time, all of that is probably more important, I think, than the individual numbers, which is why I've been kind of harsh with people because it's just one of those games.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
It was more of
That's all
game.
I'm saying. I'm saying that there are times, like as in a game that we didn't show. You said it earlier, Brian. How many times has people said on numerous different players, "Oh, this is possibly his worst game. Oh, this is his worst game. This is his worst game." That was like
I think we had four.
recurring. It was almost like, you know,
We
it
had
was like
four.
recurring.
We had
occurrence.
VVD, Diaz, Robbo,
Yeah.
and at least
Yeah.
one of the mids, Grav, maybe Mac. At least 4 times. Yeah, we had 4 worst game of seasons from people.
Mhm.
Yeah, Matt was the midfield stinker, but Jonesy wasn't much better. Up front, it was Diaz, and in defence, it was Virgil. Oh, Virgil and Robbo, sorry, both of them.
I know Pops wants to verbalize it, so I'll send Pops this too. We're gonna while I get this ready, I'm gonna bring up. I said we are gonna do a. I'm not gonna do. Let's just not do a player of the match. It was too close to be that. I have. This is what I have for. Whoops. For the actual, I'll bring this up full screen, and I'm gonna get this. I'll get this link out to Pops so he can join us, so he can have his say. I am not.
Oh,
I am
Pop's coming in hot, is he?
Yeah.
I gotta get I gotta get a can of cherry coke on. Yeah, let me see.
Yeah.
Pop's coming in hot, man.
Let's see.
Game of 2 halves. So what happened in the second half? I thought we took control. I thought we were the better team in the second half.
Oh yeah, I think we were definitely a better team in the second half.
You know, you could ask some people, "Oh, Arsenal, they sat back because they didn't have the ambition." That yada yada. If they had, you know, they could have gone up here, yada yada yada. But or they lost players. Yes, they did. Their backline was there for the taking a little bit, I thought. But I think potentially, if he's had to slot again, he could play that game again. I think he may have just gone a little bit more aggressive. I think he might look back at that and go, "Do you know what? Yeah, I'm not saying, I agree with the people on Twitter. I think he might, maybe we could have gone for that a little bit more."
I think that I think personally what he could have done and should have done was start Dom and bring Curtis off the bench. But
that didn't work at all, did it? That really just.
I think that like we've seen, despite the fact that people are critical of Dom, I get that, but our midfield has been one of the better midfields, you know, in the league. I think that some people don't exactly appreciate what Dom brings to the midfield, despite the fact he's not scoring. I get that we all like to see him score, be more offensive, the likes and such, but came out with that comment saying how, you know, he's doing the dirty work and he's fine with doing it currently. As long as the team continues to win, he'll do what he needs to do. And that's one of those things. It's not easy to get across to, especially superstars or ones with you know, superstar egos. But
he doesn't have that. Yeah,
he doesn't have a superstar ego like that. No, not. I know. It looks like.
Did Jones play his way out of the team in this game? I
think he'll. I have him in this League Cup. Starting.
Yeah, I know, but it's league. But if we were playing the next game was Man City. Has he gone and played his way out of this team?
I think so. I think the next game he doesn't play.
Is that being too?
It all depends on what he can do in this League Cup game coming up. I mean, because it's Brighton a second time, so maybe if he does show that he can, like, somehow he has Brighton's number, maybe he gets it again. You know,
no, like KJ said, not in my opinion, but no, it's not like a slandery type.
No, I'm not saying that.
Wondering, has anybody? No. Yeah. Has he kind of flubbed his chance, as it were, a little bit?
Mm-hmm. Maybe. again, I'm going to bring Pops in because I know he probably doesn't have much time to chat. I know he said he can give us a minute or two. So I'm going to allow for him to be welcome to the channel, as he always is. Horses for Courses, I got you.
Oh, there's a doctor in the house.
Okay, thank you, Max. I appreciate that. Big up, Pops. I appreciate it. Yeah. No, I like how you. Yeah, you're not gonna hide behind the avatar. You're gonna like bring it. You're gonna bring the pain. I got you. I'm ready for it.
No,
Get your popcorn.
No pain. Laszlo said there's a doctor in the house, so I stepped in. That's all.
That's all.
That's all. Big up the chat. Big up the chat.
Big up. Welcome.
And the panel, of course.
Yeah. I know you had a differing opinion on my Darwin take. I know that you want to more accurately bring context to what you had to say. So
not really.
is that not what you wanted to say?
That's just me and you on the pendulum, man. I keep telling you that because the pendulum swings so far in the other direction against him, you don't need to swing it in the opposite direction for him. Because to me, if Darwin's an international striker, which he is, and the people who for some reason don't support him and the people who do support him will have a difference of opinion in terms of his level of quality, but he starts for Uruguay, right? So he's an international quality striker, which means when he and Salah look at one another and make the X run and he swaps positions basically with Salah, that says to me, you know what? All right, here's what I need to do. Sprint, get past my defender, get my head up and find the man who scores every time against Arsenal. And that's what he did. Yes, all of it was good. And to me, the movement was the best thing. The movement, that movement, and then the connection between them two to say, all right, yes, you go, understand, I'm going to pass it to you. Because there was a time that he would have shot that, and then he would have been shot by everybody in the stadium, everybody online, unless he hit the back of the net. And even if he did score, some people would have still said, you know what, he should have passed to Salah because it would have been an easier finish.
And he knew he had to pick Boa.
If it was vice versa, do you think Salah is passing it to him?
Definitely. Because you've seen it before.
Definitely on that one.
Oh, yeah.
No, you've seen it before. I'm saying that because at the beginning of last season, him and Mo had that understanding because he had 4 or 5 assists and Mo had 4 or 5 assists. And most of those assists were to one another.
To each other, yes, certainly.
At the very beginning. And then whatever happened, it stopped. And then we all know what happened at the end. But to me, that was the key, that those two had the understanding. And that's what you need. You need understanding across the pitch. Luis Diaz and Robertson have it. I think Costas and Gakpo have it. It's almost like Mr. Locke is creating these combinations where you say, I'm going to play you two together. But we didn't do good enough. We didn't play well enough on Sunday. And I was just saying just now as well, when you were talking about the onside kick NFL style, why don't we just counter that by saying you're already offside? Rather than step back, step up. Yeah, they're already offside. Don't go back, go up. Forget
that's what happened.
They're off already. Because Gabriel's blocking. Gabriel isn't interested in scoring. If you watch it, Gabriel's the blocker for Marino because Marino's free. He's a free header. No one should ever have a free header. If we stay on the line and Verse says, hold the line, and everybody holds the line. It's an easy call. The flag must go up.
It's irrelevant.
It's just like how we were looking at Robbo and saying, look at Robbo's body position on the goal, and everyone's saying we'll slate Robbo for his poor play because it was. If Robbo steps up on that pass as well, he's square. He's never going to win the foot race with Saka. Step out, Saka's offside. He's gone early. But he went early with him because if you look at the line, those two are both behind the line on the pass.
Right. I agree with that completely, As in, like you need to see him step up or just hold the line, like you said. When they actually took that step back, that's what put them all on sides.
That's the inches that you need. That lean, that
unfortunately,
step,
that was Virgil
that's
too.
The inches.
That was Virgil that did it too. Yeah,
that's the inches.
Pops. That's why when Jurgen Klopp came in, when they brought in VAR. And Jurgen Klopp pushed his backline up 10 yards.
Yeah.
And he got slaughtered for it especially, I keep going back to this. Jermaine Genius did a whole piece on Match of the Day about how Klopp's high line won't work.
Yeah.
And two of the examples that he showed were offside goals.
Offside goals.
Always.
Yeah.
They were offside fucking goals. And all you had to do was that Klopp was saying, oh yeah, it's madness. Back in the day, I never would have did that because you're relying on a
There was
linesman.
no technology.
But now we have VAR. I
Mm-hmm.
can push up all I want because if those boys are even a millimeter offside, which they usually will be because it's so fucking narrow and tight, the VR guys they're going to pick it up. And Genius didn't get his head around that. He just said, we can push up all I want because now these guys with their videos, if it's even a toe hair offside, it's getting cold. I couldn't do that before because the old guys, they wouldn't be able to do it. A linesman, nah. Most of these guys be running through. Now they can do it.
Yeah.
Would you say? Did you think that Trent's pass to Darwin was a phenomenal pass?
No.
Yeah.
I didn't want to bring that up, but I was going to say that.
Not even close.
There was a phenomenal
Not
pass in that move. It was the Trent pass.
No way.
Oh, so no way.
It was a phenomenal pass.
No, but all right. And I'll caveat with this. Trent is levels 12. Trent is levels. So when Trent does things, that's just Trent being Trent.
Oh,
Trent
see,
can,
now that's,
Trent
isn't
can,
that unfair,
Trent
though?
can
Isn't
play.
that
No,
unfair, though?
Trent can. No, it's unfair.
Oh,
I'm
it is
saying
unfair.
it's
Okay.
unfair. Yes, but Trent, Virgil van Dijk, Alisson Becker, Mo Salah, those four especially, the levels are different. So when they do things,
I think that's the
as
reason
much as
why you don't
you
have.
might say it's unfair. That's how it works. The margins are different. You expect Trent to be able to switch it from from right back to left forward. So from him to Lucho in one, bang. And when you see it, you go, oh yeah, that's Trent being Trent. Now somebody else might say, oh, that was phenomenal. I say, well, no, that's just Trent being Trent. So if you think that that's phenomenal, then okay. For me, I think Trent looks up and says, oh, this is it. I can play this in my sleep. You wake me up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I can do this. Bang, over the top.
Though.
Go, Nunes. Go on.
See why I'm saying that's a shame that could be the perception is only this is only my opinion, obviously, but the reason why is because with those kinds of perceptions are the reasons why Salah isn't in the Ballon d'Or race this year. You know,
no.
With those, let me land. Like, why? You know, it's because it's the same reason why at times people don't want to necessarily give Virgil credit for the levels that he's at because that's just Virgil being Virgil. So now, like, because he might have had a very good game, exceptional game maybe, but yet because it's not at the Mo Salah standard or it's not at the Trent standard, it's he had an okay game. He had an okay game. As if like when everyone on the pitch gets 1 out of 100, sure, but for Trent or for Mo Salah or for certain players, and bring JK back in too, they already have that 10 or 20 point deduction because they got to exceed that to make up the difference of the bell curve that you're putting in. And I don't think that's necessary. That's why if I see a great play, I'm going to say that's a great play. Whether it's Trent, whether it's Simicast, whether it's Gomez, there's play. I'll say that's a great play. I'm not going to give them extra because I didn't expect it from them or did expect it from them. I'm just going to rate it on actual play that was given to me. If it was from Trent or again, if it was from Trent, Connor, if it was from Gomez, I would have said the same thing on all three of those passes. That was a phenomenal pass from any of those players, despite the fact that my expectations for those players are certainly at different levels when it comes to making a pass. If anything, you might even like shade a little bit in saying, wow, I'm surprised he was able to give that pass because it was a phenomenal pass. You're not used to seeing him give this kind of phenomenal passes.
From Nunes.
We have pops here, so I don't think we need to argue too much about whether phenomenal or great or brilliant. We can all pick our own words.
semantics.
It's just an adjective. Yeah, it's so we all know it's a brilliant.
That's your word. That's your word, 12. So that's fine.
No,
Yeah,
the
that's
Trent
your word.
ball, like because I was saying earlier on, like we were slagging Roy Keane off for slagging Trent off, and I was saying if you watched that game, he was just sitting there for 3 minutes drooling over that Trent pass. Roy Keane was like, "That's the best ball I've seen all season." You know, and again, the Darwin ball, but it's like the right ball. What I say, I don't think Roy Keane. I doubt it.
I'm not sure that's in his vocabulary. Yeah, that's not in his vocabulary.
No. But the right ball is always the best ball. Darwin made the right choice there, and
the right run, and he made the right pass. Yeah.
That was my favorite goal of the season. That's our best goal of the season.
It was a lovely 3-man move, JK, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's
best goal of the season, man.
That could be, the face.
You add Dom if you want, right? And make it a 4-man move, so it feels like a team
you can
move.
put Dom in there too. I know that's from.
Dom was involved.
Don't say that too loud on your channel. That might get people riled up.
Nah. That's fine. I'm
Dakota
not on that hill.
That's Dakota B. That's why your phone is ringing.
That's the Revenite. That's the Revenite hill. That's the Revenite.
Yeah.
Revenite is the one he's dragging people on that hill with him. Yeah.
Bless Pops anyway, by the way.
Big up, JK.
How you are, bro?
Good man. Yeah,
but
respect.
It makes you go, why I'm saying those things though. If we were saying those kinds of, if we weren't just saying him as like, oh, that's just Ali being Ali, or that's just Mo being Mo, we might see some of the narratives be affected that way, I think. Because like, honestly, I know I said I wasn't going to talk too much about, I wasn't going to talk at all really about Ballon d'Or. I'm going to sneak one little statement in about that. And it's the question of, I don't understand how Alisson is not on, at least as a nominee. I'm not saying he's the best goalkeeper in the world to be for this actual competition, and that he should have won it or something like that. I think he's the best goalkeeper in the world, but I don't think that he should have won it per se. But for him not to be even on the ballot, that makes you go, okay, yeah, that's just so often of people going, oh, that's just Ali being Ali. What, Ali playing that exceptional levels, Ali doing phenomenal saves, Ali being incredible. Yeah, that's Ali. But unfortunately, we downplay it so often that that's just Ali being Ali just becomes, it's okay.
We don't downplay. We tell everybody to listen. We're the best goalkeeper in the world.
And I'm not talking just us.
We tell everyone we have the best keeper in the world. Yeah.
12. Yeah. That just proves that it's more of a popularity contest. That's all. The Ballon d'Or has gone past what it should have been years ago.
Oh, I don't even get involved in that topic.
If we're going to talk about this, can we just talk about what the actual fuck just happened at the Ballon d'Or? I mean, if we're going to actually talk
no. It's like I know I shouldn't have opened that door. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me just make sure I'm gonna hold the door. I'm gonna
close the box quick.
Yeah, right.
For me, the Liverpool player not winning it in that time, Klopp was our manager. It showed you what it's all about. For me, it was the first Spanish player to win it, Rodri. In how many years? Since 1960 or something?
Since Luis Suarez won it in 1960 for Barcelona, I think that's it. The last Spanish player to win the Ballon d'Or was Luis Suarez. Not this is the previous one. I think it was 1960. It's a very long time ago.
There you go.
Which is
for me,
crazy.
It's always Ronaldo, Messi,
Xavi, Busquets. Yeah, it's all because of fucking Ronaldo.
Yeah, all
and
in Messi shadow, isn't it? Yeah.
But
it's not even
I don't get involved in that. I don't get involved in that topic. For me, it goes it's like Man United. I don't really pay attention to them. Have we even mentioned that guy got sacked the other day? Was it yesterday? We're not even mentioned it.
Exactly. I'm with you, Jacob. Individual awards in a team sport. I don't mind that.
Do you want to talk about this guy? Is that what you want to talk about?
Can we morph them together and make the world's worst best manager? Can we put
I know.
That's his hair on him, mate.
Yeah. Just swap it over like that. Yeah.
There you go.
And then they can manage it. Or they can swap jobs and no one will notice or something.
But also put the Emirates logo across the front of Ten Hag's green suit, grey suit jacket. Just give him the hair for Emirates across his suit jacket.
I know. Pops can only deal so much of the trolling, so I'll take it
Well,
down.
we all sat around and said, "What was it going to take? What was it going to take?" You know, because we sat here before.
It was going to take losing to West Ham.
Yeah, if he didn't get, I said like a long time. If he didn't get sacked for the results he had 10 years or 10 months ago, what was he going to get sacked for?
Exactly.
Losing to a team that West Ham is a team that pretty much everyone has scored on. Everyone has pretty much scored heavily on. And
they've been getting ripped apart this year. Oh yeah, they are.
And for a team to go in to that game and end up losing the way they did, 2-1, I believe was the final score. I want to say, you only being able to put up one goal and losing 2-1 to a West Ham. That was the final straw. That was the final straw. I was hoping it wouldn't be. I know that Pops and they do a crossover show with the Manchester United supporter, and in that crossover show, this is the day before it actually, before that game actually, before the sacking. We were saying what we were saying about Ten Hag, and I was putting it in the comments about how hey, I think that Erik Ten Hag is a great choice for Manchester United, and I'm hoping that he stays there because he was basically what their club has become, which is just spend money, and hope for the best. And spending money does not guarantee you. Spending a lot of money does not guarantee you come up with the right success model. I don't think that they have it. So even with Ineos, I don't think they have it. If you want to call it that.
Well, they're looking at this guy Amorim now. Seems like that's pretty much happened.
Yeah.
Which is surprisingly good. I would say. I was thinking Ruud van Nistelrooy comes in for 6 or 7 months. They look around. The United fans' worst fears, which I was hoping would happen, which was that, and this was before he got sacked, it was about a week, they were saying they all knew he was getting sacked. And their worst case scenario was they sack him, Van Nistelrooy gets 2 or 3 good results, and they give Van Nistelrooy a 3-year contract, and he ends up being shit. They were like, that's what's going to guarantee you, that's what's going to happen. Yeah. Them bringing in Amorim, no guarantee of success whatsoever.
No.
Absolutely. But he was the guy that we all wanted. Let's not get...
the sounds of him in the summer once the Alonso thing was done and done.
Yeah, everyone's like, let's go get that guy.
No, I was hoping they would. I was truthfully, I get Amorim was a choice.
No, but I'm just saying, I'm not going to shit on it. I'm just saying he was.
Yeah, I'm not going. If anything, I'm mindful of the fact that Amorim was a good enough coach that we were interested in the first place. So that makes that does make it a little bit of a hesitant to say, is the result what we wanted to do? But I was hoping that they would stay English and go with like a Southgate or something.
Oh, they're no. Oh, God damn. Oh, Jesus, no. This is the thing. This is far too clever an appointment.
Give it to Ruud. Give it to
Yeah. I wasn't even thinking of him. I wasn't thinking of him going in too. I was thinking of like them going for a Southgate.
Oh no, that was a
going for a Potter or something like that, and seeing if Potter could take on the pressure of being the Manchester United coach, being critiqued about what clothes you wear and everything else, the same way he was in Chelsea, Yeah, I thought that's what I was hoping for.
They've made a good appointment there, but they made a good appointment with Ten Hag. He was a good manager when they appointed him.
Yeah.
He did brilliantly with
I
Ajax.
mean, he's gotten them 2 trophies.
So let's see what happens with Amorim. This is not about the manager. This is about the club.
Structure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But what's funny to me though is how quickly the Amorim deal's been done though. That's what seems a little bit fishy. Because as much as we were talking about, oh, it's the West Ham, I'm with you, Laszlo. It's not West Ham. It can be the loss to West Ham that was the straw that brought the camels back. To me, it's you went to speak to Amorim, or you've been speaking to Amorim all along, and the numbers finally meet where Amorim wants the numbers to be. And now you're saying, all right, let's do the deal. Because Amorim was in England looking for a job. Let's not kid ourselves. As much as he was on our radar, he was shaking it for anybody because he went to West Ham, ironically enough. Yeah. He was at West Ham looking for money, and he wanted the money. And you know where you get money? Disneyland. Over there at Old Trafford, at the old toilet. So it's probably more about the money than anything else. But he is a quality coach, so maybe he can make something out of nothing. But you're looking at Ten Hag probably going back to Ajax and laughing at United saying, look at all the money I got you guys.
Oh, they need it. They just lost 5. They just got 5 scored on them, Ajax, against Feyenoord right now. I think they just lost 5-1. I think they lost, which is surprising.
Like back for the players.
But you know what the thing is, lads? There's no way whatsoever that they have bought players for Amorim.
They haven't.
They have bought players up to the 600 million mark, right? Mm-hmm. Not so much for Ten Hag, definitely not for Ten Hag, but they literally went out onto the street this summer. They went out onto the street and got turned down and walked back home and said, okay, I'm going to stay with you. Are you happy to stay with me? That's what happened. Like, they walked out on Ten Hag and I'm going out on the street. If I can find someone better than you, I'm going with her. Yep. He comes back in there and goes, I couldn't find anyone. Do you want to? And Ten Hag is like, okay. But I was like, that's how dirty that was. They went out looking for a new coach. Yep. And they couldn't find anybody. And they said, look, are you okay to hang on even though I wanted you out? I mean, that is toxic.
They gave him an extension, Brian. They gave him
and then gave him a new contract to make up for the fact that they went out and did him like that. Basically, they just made a fool of him not just in the world, in the internal world of agents and managers. They knew Manchester United went out and said, "Please come and manage us," and would sack Ten Hag.
Yep.
Nobody bit. Nagelsmann, no. Tuchel, no. People turned them down. Not just couldn't get them, turned them down. Unemployed managers turned them down. Tuchel, unemployed, turned them down. Nah, and so they said, right, okay, we tried that. Eric, are you still sitting here in the back? Yeah, okay, come on. Here's a few extra quid. You hang on because this is the most toxic club on the planet, man. What kind of environment is Amorim going to walk in? Oh, I hope you like Ugarte and Xerxes and Anthony. I hope you like those guys because they cost about 400 million quid. You know, what the hell?
There is some quality there, though. There is some quality there, let's be honest. And when players are done, they're done. Though. When the players are done with you, they're done with you. They're done with you. So they were done with.
There's some players though that chose to go to that team. You can say what you want about Erik ten Hag, but they obviously saw the coach that was there. They still said, "Yeah, okay, I'll still go."
Yeah. So
he had some type of. He didn't have a negative enough influence to persuade him not to go. You know, I'm sure the money helps. I understand that.
The paycheck might help as well too. Yeah,
I'm sure. Yeah, but reality is, you know, you still got to play. You still want to play in a system that's going to, you know, accent and accent your talents for that next paycheck, possibly. You know, so
you said it. You said it, 12. You said Mr. Locke is a new coach, and new coaches get you that percentage point more. So
yeah.
Amarin might be that voice, that
Maybe.
something that gives you the percentage points more. Because let's be honest,
No, I get that too.
they were as bad as they were last season. They weren't miles off top 6, or they weren't. I don't think they were more than 9 points off. As bad as they were, I don't think they were more than that. So that's 3 wins, 3 more wins, and they would have been in the European mix, right? So that says,
and they got the European mix.
There's something to work with.
He got him into Europe by winning the FA Cup. So I mean, like
with the cup.
So I mean, like, still, he found a way.
That's their problem, though. So
that's their problem, exactly. Who cares? I like it. Yeah. Real quick, did you guys think? I know that you'll probably end up having your own show, but on the preview. But I don't know if you saw this. This is the preview. I saw the chat seems to be on board with what I put. This is the team. Most notably, Yardos I have in net, not Kelleher. It's probably one of the most notable names on there to not get a start. Only not because of Kelleher's performance, but because I would just like to see some type of, let's give Kelleher a break or two, especially considering
he's now our number one, right?
Right.
He's number one now, so arguably number 2 would play in the cup. So
yes, exactly. That's the reason why I have Yardos getting his big opportunity to show and prove here. Endo, I have it set up as a 4-3-3. I wouldn't mind seeing us go into a 4-3-3 for this matchup against them, considering that we would have Endo in that back DM. Albeit, I know some people might say put him into a pivot, but I don't know who you put into the pivot with Endo, with Dom and Curtis in this lineup. If you guys have a suggestion, I'm more than welcome
Curtis.
that. Curtis in the pivot.
Okay.
And then the reason why I have Trent starting is because I know that for some people it doesn't make a difference, but I do think it does. Personally, I tend to see Liverpool. I tend to see either a captain or a vice captain lead these teams onto the pitch. It's not out of the ordinary. It's not completely out of the ordinary for like a Gomez to get the start, or maybe even a Salah to get the captain's band. But reason why I have Trent Alexander-Arnold getting it in is that I think he'll be the player that gets deemed to lead him out onto the pitch. But then again, if he doesn't, then there is talks that Bradley might be fit to go in this game. I don't know if you bring him back for this game completely, but it might be a good game. I guess it could. I'll ask that question real quick. Do you think that we could use the cup game as a game to get some of these players maybe, back at least a game in,
of course.
To kind of put them into the flow of things, or is it you want to win so badly that you just you try to play, you don't want to chance it?
What do you reckon Brighton will play? What do you reckon Hertz will pick?
No, they'll go full strength, I believe.
Actually, I don't think they will. To be honest with you, the report
I think they will.
There was a report.
They got some injuries in it.
They mentioned about this upcoming game, and how what to expect. I mean, I'll pull up the quotes for you.
They're going to rest Welbeck.
Yeah.
Ferguson will respect to Welbeck anyway. For me, what he's doing, for me, Welbeck is old school. When you think of Welbeck, 100%. You think, what a guy. So respect to him for what he's done. I think Ferguson.
I second that. No, I just want to second that.
Mm-hmm.
I always used to hate that guy. I don't know why. Oh no, sorry, I do. He used to play for
played for United and Arsenal.
There you go. Yeah. That's what it was.
I thought he was clumsy and horrible, but what he's done this year, his ability to come back. I mean, he was on his best game ever, and gets a horrible injury in the back. I was like, I'm sorry. No, I actually feel, I feel for that guy now. What a player! I hated him coming on against you. Do you know when he come on against you?
You knew he would stumble into one, innit?
Yeah, very
kind of clumsy and
just not this guy. No, but that bang he got in the back, him and Chris Wood, looking like doing Messi and Ronaldo numbers this season. Two guys, 34, probably 70 years old combined. You love to see it. You love to see it. It's good.
We know that they're gonna drop off, though. We know that they're gonna drop off.
Yeah. But to do it because you get a horrible injury.
It's true. It's true. Credit to him.
Obviously, Rudder and Welbeck started that 2-2 match in that game against Wolves, and the lineups that are being predicted don't have Rudder starting this game against Liverpool. That's the most notable name. They're not, so they set up in a 4-4-2, technically going up in that Wolves matchup. I think they'll go into more of a 4-2-3-1 in this upcoming matchup with Toma and trying to get Simon Adingra. Is that how you pronounce his name?
Oh, Adingra,
yeah. The man with the Mane swoosh.
Oh yeah. And Cisco will probably be the 10, most likely. That's what happens to 10. And then you got Ferguson as the point striker.
Not a bad replacement.
Yeah.
And they got Minte, the guy that they got from Newcastle. Who was everybody talks about, us going in for Gordon, because Newcastle had to make a sale at the back end of last season, but they ended up not having to sell Gordon because they sold Minte and they sold what's the other guy? The freaking other guy that they sold.
Yeah, Milner might get a shout. He might get a shout.
They brought him in. I can't remember the young guy they brought in, and they didn't want to sell him. Anderson. That's the guy. Elliot Anderson.
I think we'll see.
So they sold, but sorry, no, just quickly, they sold Minte and Elliot Anderson, and Minte is the guy that sold to Brighton. Where was he on loan last season? Does anybody know?
To Anderson?
Where he played? No, Minte, the guy that Brighton.
Minte?
Yeah, bought from Newcastle. Anybody remember where he was on loan last season?
I think Minte's out.
Hooked it up.
Minte's hurt, by the way.
Yeah,
he is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Feyenoord is where he played, right?
Yeah. Arne Slot's Feyenoord.
Yeah.
Arne Slot had him at Feyenoord, and he was brilliant.
And I mean, like, they have a lot of names out there. They have a lot of names out for this upcoming Wednesday match. And I don't mean doubtful. You know how, like, you might put doubtful? They have players that they have listed as being out. James Milner's out. March is out. O'Reilly's out. Webster's out. Pedro's out. Minta's out. Rutter's out. That's why they predicted them going into that 4-2-3-1. And then you have Lewis Dunk, and you have Hinshelwood is doubt. Both of those two players are the only two players listed as doubtful. So when it comes to Brighton, why I'm saying that I don't think they'll go as strong as people are thinking they might, because this is obviously one of the few opportunities that they'll have in possibly getting a cup, is probably this competition or the FA Cup probably, is because that's a good laundry list of names of players out for them. And I mean out for them. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players that they have listed out for this upcoming game tomorrow. And then the 2 doubtfuls being 9, if you want to count it up to that. That's why Mats Weitfer will get a start most likely. Jacob Motor will get a start. And then their back line would be pretty much the same, obviously minus Dunk, who normally would start probably. And
Baleba, that's another good one.
Who's that?
Robert. Baleba, I like him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And he's bulked up too.
And also you're not going to be seeing probably the goalkeeper as well. They'll probably rotate the goalkeeper in this match.
Makes sense.
So you're not going to see their normal. They have the Dutch. I forget his name off the top of my head. They have the Dutch goalkeeper normally start for them. He's a good keeper. He's a decent keeper.
Big fella.
I can't remember his name. I'll have to look it up for you guys. Maybe someone in the.
Our issue is our front line. We've got 6 attackers and only 4 available. So
yeah,
for Bruggen,
we're down to a rotation of 1. So
Very thin, Pops.
One on the bench and 3 starting. So that's Darwin running around again.
Did you see the press conference?
We want to do that though. No, I
didn't.
Did
you see the press conference where the guy was saying, "Oh, you got Jota out, so who could you start up front?" And Slot was saying to him, "Oh, you should come and manage the team. You're very good, for telling me the options I have up front." And he's saying the other two I would say would be Jota and Chiesa. Interestingly, he said, very interestingly, Slot said that he would consider Chiesa as one of the people who could have covered the number 9. It's very interesting, I thought.
Yeah.
Whether it was more of a kind of retort, but he was kind of saying, yeah, look.
Might be a tongue-in-cheek statement,
Yeah, perhaps.
Funny.
The guy mentioned Dan's, he mentioned this or that, but he's kind of saying it's like, yeah, it's true. Basically, Jota's out. So if Darwin doesn't start, he said, "Oh, Gakpo played in the middle." He's like, "Oh, very clever." Gakpo plays in the middle. This kind of thing, but he was kind of papering over the cracks. So it was, yeah, if Darwin doesn't start up front against Brighton, who's our number 9?
You probably go Gakpo.
You would imagine, right? If you wanted to give Darwin a night off to be fit for the Premier League game,
not sure you get a night off.
He's here with us. Darwin, who's going to be number 9? Who's going to be number 9?
No, but if he gives him but let's just say Slot
minutes, maybe
Darwin a night
minutes, not night.
Yeah, he can come in for half an hour. Yeah. But who's the next up? It was kind of
the next up is going to be Dan's, most likely.
Yeah,
Dan's isn't ready though.
Yeah, exactly.
Dan's not. I don't know. It's a cup match. Dan's actually did well in the last cup match he made.
But I mean, he just came back from injury, so I mean, he's not ready in terms of.
You mean not ready to go
minutes? Not. He's not ready. If he were playing for the unders, then tomorrow would be a game where you say, yeah, Dan's must get minutes. So either he starts or he's on the bench, and you give Darwin an hour and give him the last half hour or whatever the case may be. But having 6 and only having 4 available doesn't help us any, because Salah's still in the same position he was all along. It's you and you again running all the minutes, and that's why I didn't want to see him every week on the right hand side for every match. That's why I said I want 6, because I want not just competition. It's good for rotation and rest and recovery, and hopefully minimize the amount of injuries. But of course, somebody lands on Jota and tries to kill him again, so he's done.
Yeah, exactly. And WWE is Jota every.
Yeah, I mean, people say he's injury prone. I'm saying he's unlucky because those challenges aren't regular, proper challenges. So,
Pops, that's exactly what about 2 hours ago I said this. Jota is injury prone.
I wasn't on at that
point.
No.
I was just saying that you're bang on. Jota has had injuries, but he's not the kind of guy where, report from training, Jota did his ankle in training. No, Jota got slammed into the turf by some guy at the weekend, and he's out for a month. Or he gets crashed. It's never about that with Jota, where it's like, he picks up something. It's always like a really big injury, gets fallen on by somebody or something like that. But
and he's a physical player too, so he likes that. Yeah. He likes the argy-bargy and to be involved. So I mean, we'll see.
We'll see, people.
We'll probably go strong, though. I think we'll probably go stronger than a lot of people would think, because there are no more of the kids. There's no more McConnell and Clark and all of those from last season.
Yeah, they're all either out on loan or already with other teams. Yeah.
Now you're going for the babies, kids. You're going for the babies. So you're going for Trey and Nalo and those guys in the unders. So I think it's time for Endo and.
No.
Where's Harvey Elliott though? How far along is he, or how far away is he?
He is close, but not fit enough to go for this one.
That's very unfortunate as well.
Okay, so I can give you this. I'll give you the preview. It's League Cup preview. So Slot said that Connor Bradley could return for the trip down to the South Coast, but revealed he expected to remain without all of Chiesa, Diego, Harvey, and Ali. Connor is training with us again, so could be in the squad for tomorrow, he said on Tuesday. Diego, no. Elliot, no. Ali, no. Federico, I'm not expecting him to be in the squad tomorrow. It's difficult to say when he will be fit. He's sometimes up and down a bit. That's not good. But he trains a few days, then goes out again. Not good. I don't want to put days or weeks on it. We just want him to be in the best possible shape. No pressure on him.
Oh man.
Yeah, I know that's not.
This is beginning to feel like Thiago again, where you've got one
of
of those players where you're saying, "Yeah, look at what we got for a steal."
This is what I said earlier.
But he's not here often enough for us to show off that we got a steal. So,
yeah, it says
fingers
yesterday
crossed.
He says yesterday mostly recover for them all. Today we will find out how they all are and have to make decisions on who starts. He also said, why I have Endo definitely getting a start. Let me say this. For those that say he doesn't care about Endo or he doesn't like Endo, Endo's not part of his plans, blah, 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 blah. Look, he respects Endo. He respects Endo. And what he had to say about this was, quote, this is Arne Slot's quote. He says, I really liked him against West Ham, and what I respect about him is his personality. 2 times he had to come in with only 5 minutes to go. And in my managerial career, I sometimes see players, this is why I said earlier, can't emphasize that enough, but in my managerial career, I sometimes see players who come in 5 minutes before have a downturned face and play like that as well also. But every time when we need him, even if it was for 5 minutes, he shows up for the team and for himself. So I think always for that reason, he deserves to play tomorrow. Exact quote from Arne Slot. And I can't emphasize it enough that I respect Endo. And again, I know Endo should have made that pass. I get it. I understand it. I pointed it out myself. But Arne Slot, I'm sure, told him, keep it under control, keep possession, lock it down. If you got space, don't rush anything, just keep it under wraps. And that's what he did. He did. And again, I can't emphasize enough. Endo is not going to go off script, specifically for the reasons why he just said he likes him. He knows that is a team player, and he's a player that listens to the coach. He doesn't say, oh, well, you know what? I know the coach told me to do this, but I'm going to go and I'm going to go out and try to make my moment of brilliance. No. Endo
we don't know what he's told.
Goes out there.
I agree with Ralph. I honestly agree with, because to me, he looked at Nunes directly at Nunes.
He looked at him,
making that run, and he said, "No,
that's not what the coach told me.
That's not what I was told to do." Nope. And he turned. He actually turned and looked for another pass for possession. I said, "You know what? That's the instruction." Barnes was losing it. Pass. I was like, "That's not what he was told to do. That's not. That's not what he was told to do." Because
we may need him in some bigger games soon. So he needs minutes. He needs a proper game tomorrow night, Endo, because we may need him in Champions League games. We may need him in league games. It's got to happen with injuries. Like,
he's ready though.
He's ready though.
Endo is ready. Yeah, he's ready. Yeah.
He's a professional. I'm sure he sits in there and listens to does his game footage, looking at tape and everything else. I'm sure he's in there doing his work and trying to know when and where he's going to be called on. He's ready and isn't looking like he's out of place when he's on the pitch, even if it's for 5 minutes or whether it's for 50 minutes. Whatever the case is, Endo is ready to go. And that's why certain players are good to have on your team, because exactly that thing of there's some players you'll ask them for, you'll say, oh, go. He got in the 91st minute and he could have won in there and been like, really playing in this game. My heart's out of this. And no, he goes out there and he plays and does what the coach asks him to do. That's what I'm trying to do.
Endo won the lottery.
All I would say,
you won the lottery when he joined us. So I respect his point of view right now. That I'm gonna do whatever you want me to do, because this is the pinnacle. This is the highest point in club football for me. I'm not going anywhere above Liverpool. If I leave here, I'm going down. somewhere.
What would be nice is if we qualified for through the Champions League by winning more games, and then he could play the last few. You know what I mean, and get like a lot of Champions League games for us. Don't need.
This is about as close to a he knows that this is about as close as he'll ever get to winning a Champions League in his career, probably. To be on a team that's going to actually compete and possibly get into a Champions League final, this is the lone team he's going to do it. I'm sure there's I get it. People might say, "Oh, what about Stuttgart? They're in the run now because they've been performing well on the lights, but they're not making it to the Champions final." You know. Like, oh no, well, as in they were top
no, you were right. You were bang on when you said this is the closest he's ever going to get to a Champions League.
Right, but I mean, like right now,
you don't need to bring up the weirdos that might say,
"8 games now." So, if we've got it boxed after 6 games, he can play the 7th and 8th Champions League games. I can play the entire bloody game. You know what I mean? Because there'll be nothing riding on them then. And I'd like to see that. I'd like to see him get some full Champions League games because we've already qualified. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He deserves it for what he done last season. You know what I mean? He's done his best. He's not who we wanted, but we brought him in and he's done his best. And I'd like to see him get some Champions League starts, at the end of the group stage.
Yeah.
Look, the club rolls on. The way I look at it, right? The club rolls on. The club rolls on, it does what it does, and at the end of the season, medals get handed out. If you were there, you were there. This is going to keep going. It was there before I was around. It's going to be there after I'm around. This is going to keep going. So everybody has to play their part. You get these boys, they come in, they drop out. I was there, man. I was there for a year. Endo will have had an entire career that most people would have never even dreamed of in Japan by the time he got to Germany, right? Playing for big clubs. Now he's at the age of 32? He's playing for Liverpool. He'll be retiring. In 50 years' time, all people will ever talk about is that time he played for Liverpool in Japan. That's all people are like. They'll meet Endo in a bar in 20 years' time. They're not want to ask him a question about when he played for Mainz or Stuttgart or whatever. Tell us about that time we were at Liverpool. Tell us about the Liverpool.
About Klopp.
Yeah,
that's about Salah.
That's all. He's never going to a bigger club.
That's about Virgil.
Yeah, you're telling me, Endo is happy to stay at Liverpool.
Yes.
Story. Of course he is, man. He's on 50 grand a week or whatever it is. He's at the biggest club he's ever going to be at. One of the biggest clubs in the world, especially in Asia. This guy's going to be dining out on Liverpool stories for the rest of his life. This is as good as it gets for Endo. It really is. Of course he wants to be here. So all these boys putting in these performances, that's what we need. We need people who are here all the time, cutthroat, wanting to be here. Like, I want to get ahead of Trent. Bradley needs to be going, I want to get ahead of Trent. The next guy wants to, I want to get ahead of Nunes. I want to get ahead of Salah. That's what you need. That's what drives you on. And in 20 years' time, they can be talking about that time I was at Liverpool and won a league, won a Champions League. That's what we all want. They can get free sake and sushi for life. Endo knows he's at the best club he's ever going to be at. He's in no rush to leave whatsoever. He's there going, don't get rid of me, dude. I can sit here. I'm cool. I can do a job for you. I won't let you down. Don't worry about me. Gum shield in, ready to go. Just like Darwin, never lets the head drop. Always ready to go. Humble. Yeah, that's what we mean by humble. Knowing,
He can play one way, and that's fully committed.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true.
Like you said, man, that Japanese thing, man. It's just go.
I'm gonna let Pops say goodbye. He's gonna have to bounce. So, and we're gonna be ending anyway. But Pops, you want to give a shout and say if you have a show or something lined up for today, definitely give a shout so people know when to tune in.
Yeah. I think
any mods put the link in
later tonight. So,
definitely
put the notification bell on, please. It's on top there, Beijing Reds TV. Big up. Smash the likes too.
There you go.
Yeah, man.
Big up.
Thanks for having me as always, 12. Big up. everybody on the panel.
Always a pleasure.
Always, man.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Even
when two football romantics don't see eye to eye, we still can find a common ground. That's what I see. So big up.
Always.
Big up. Always.
Right.
Bless. All right. And also, Irishman, do you have a final take or final thought that you would like to give to our chat? Because we're going to be ending right here.
Yeah, long show, but the chat is really picking up and keeping going. So great chat. Chat has been involved all night. It's a long show, so it's a great, the chat is involved every 5 minutes. People are keeping going and bringing up new things. It's really so it's glad to see everybody in every night. Really encouraging. So I wouldn't be bothered coming back. I don't think any of us would if there was nobody in the chat. So yeah, it's pretty much all about you people in here every night making it happen. So thanks for being here, and again, see you again tomorrow night.
JK?
A roll call, I assume. Roll call tomorrow night?
Yeah, for sure.
Roll call tomorrow night, yeah.
Regular roll call.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But I want to say thanks to you guys and the chat, and I look forward to a win tomorrow, hopefully. And join us on the roll call. Press the like on this video if it's possible. Subscribe if you haven't. That'd be cool.
Yeah, we're trying to get 20 likes on tonight. We were nearly there, trying to get 20 likes on tonight. It was 17 last time I looked, so if you haven't hit it, trying to get 20. Come on.
Lee, would you like to give a final shout before we move on? And
just shout out to everybody in the chat. Thanks for taking part, everyone. I've just noticed, I've just consulted me telly guide, and we are in fact on telly tomorrow. Not on the Sky Sports main event, but we are on against Brighton. So pleased about that, because I didn't want it to be one of them where you have to try and find an illegal stream for it or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. And most of all, thank you.
No, until I just looked whether we were on. I've just noticed Tottenham have got City. I didn't know that was the draw for them too. So I'm glad that it's at Tottenham as well. I hope it's a taxing night for City, but I expect.
I said that too. I definitely. We'll talk about that a little bit more in the roll call. But I noticed that as well. They don't have a Spurs. Sometimes can pull one over on City, so maybe they can do us a favor and knock him out of this tournament, and we can move on ourselves.
I'm hoping for injuries to Kovacevic and Gundogan to test them further in the central midfield reserves, you know what I mean? See what they can come up with then we might get a bit closer to them.
Yeah, maybe. But again, thank you for joining us today. We're coming up on the 4-hour mark. We tend to go a little long sometimes on our shows. We aim at trying to do them by 90 minutes to 2-hour shows. End up always getting a little bit over, but that's because you guys are such a great chat, and we end up getting such very, very enlightened and appreciated, and I would dare say phenomenal conversations.
Well played. and we missed you out more. We had no show yesterday as well. So
definitely.
But no,
so, thank you.
I would say it was a great show, not a phenomenal show, maybe a great show.
I think anytime the chat is a part of this show with the players that we have in the chat, we have an incredible lineup. Whether it's for the panel and with the chat together, we are unstoppable. We are the Mighty Reds, and that's how I look at it. So I always say phenomenal for sure. All good though. We will see you tomorrow for roll call. It's an hour before kickoff is when we meet for roll call. So definitely, no matter whether you're at the game or you're on the couch, or whether you're at the pub or wherever you're at in the world, definitely give a little shout, give a little stop by, say what's up, tell us where you're tuning in from. Give us some scores and some predictions. We'll get into that tomorrow too. And as always, up the Reds, people. Up the Reds for sure. Yeah, I got you. So there you go. We will see you tomorrow. And as I said again, up the Reds always and forever. Definitely. Peace out, guys.